are allocated just for development of civil industries. It means boosting the domestic demand in the Russian Federation. It means also support of various technological processes. We do support very often production of such goods that has demand only on domestic market. So from this year, export is not a self-goal, it's a marker of competitive products. And we have to support the products of not just domestic Russian products, but the products that can compete with its foreign counterparts. Supporting the modernized policy in this field that was launched by the President of the Russian Federation when he set the national goals and objectives, and also we shaped the national project cooperation and expert. So for our foreign partners and also for Russian industrialists and producers, I'd like to emphasize once again, this is the goal of producing high technology, modern, competitive products. The project International Cooperation and Export has been launched for 2024, and the money allocating for this are absolutely unprecedented. They will be given not just for financing particular items of expenditures, because when we do it for the companies, we just support the net profit of particular entrepreneurs, and I emphasized it repeatedly. For instance, we have discussed it recently at the past Congress of the Russian Union of Industrialists and Entrepreneurs, but the level of support, the range of recipients of these supports is much narrower than the range of taxpayers. So budget it's a mean for redistributing the money from some taxpayers to the others. So we increase or decrease the level of profit for particular categories. So we don't need to allocate those money for everybody. It should be allocated obviously for those who are prepared to solve the national projects and tasks, the task that would transform our industry in general, and that would benefit the country in general, and also all domestic consumers. This is our approach that we applied when we formed the rationale for the international cooperation and expert and the part of industrial expert. So far, all regulations have been formed, and I guess we will discuss it more in detail. We've done everything possible to ensure absolutely transparent procedure for access to the support means, to ensure maximum involvement of the maximum number of participants for the projects, to provide support to back the actually executed obligations, something that can to be done and performed, and this is the focus of our forum, competitive ability of our economy, of our products, both on the domestic and on international markets. Today, we are reaching the stage of practical implementations, and you know, from Monday, I repeat, from Monday, the tendering procedures will start for selecting the project participants. So by middle of this year, we hope to get the full list of those who will be participating in it in the next 6 years under the obligation to invest the export-oriented or high technology industrial production. For those who will undertake obligations to improve the quality of their products to the level required for competition on domestic markets. So the necessary subsidies, subsidizing for the interest rates on the loans, will be given to only those who are happy to undertake those obligations, both for the investment loans and for the export operations. Special attention was paid to the need to harmonize the rules for providing support in line with the rules of the World Trade Organization. This is absolutely important, and I'm very grateful, first of all, to our current exporters, our large business who paid considerable attention to it, even more than the federal regulators who are responsible for interaction with the World Trade Organization. Because breaching those rules would incur enormous risks in the form of restrictions against the current Russian exporters. Thanks to our collaborations with businesses, I think we are able to avoid those risks. And I think that Viktor Leonidovich and Andrei Slepeniov will gonna talk in more detail as to what are we doing, so let's discuss it. Thank you so much. Of course, in a situation when we see that the protectionism is growing on the international market, so it's kind of a counter-win. On the other hand, there are a lot of niches and there are a lot of sectors and countries where our products can be competitive because there are some devaluation trends and they also have been conducive in the past several years. Viktor Leonidovich, I think it would be pretty interesting if, apart from just describing what support measures are available now, perhaps you can remind to all of us what are the expert goals today? And it would be really great to understand. Are those goals just kind of a summary goals for 2020, or they will be monitored every year to understand at what stage we are at the moment? So, Viktor Leonidovich, let's start with you, and then you continue, and then we'll move to the colleagues from businesses. Yeah, thank you so much, Yermolai. Dear Dmitry Nikolaevich, dear colleagues, first of all, thank you so much, Dmitry Nikolaevich, because we are learning from you how to be able to very precise, very up to the point, but on the other hand, a very beautiful way discuss the things that are in the focus of our attention. Yermolai asked whether it's the task till 2020. You know, just imagine, what is the task? In 5 years, we need to double non-raw material export. We need to increase it by 2024. You know, it's very ambitious, but at the same time, very exciting task, which is set for us by the President of the Russian Federation. And it's really encouraging for us, really moving us towards very serious work. 205 billion of exports should be achieved through competitive products. So, of course, here, like our minister likes to say, don't sleep, hugging up with the industry. Please work. So in this case, there is no possibility for us to sleep. And, you know, just through pure esoterics, there will be no possibility to achieve. And the new high-quality measures of industry support have to be launched. Among those new measures, we should mention, first of all, corporate programs for increasing competitiveness, and I guess a lot of us have already heard about it. The abbreviation is KP, PEIKI, you know, whether you read it from left to right or from right to left. That's the same, but it's a very powerful program. It cannot be undermined. There are also special investment contracts, and right now we are getting a new tool. It's called Speak2, and I'm going to talk about it further on. Definitely matters of support for Russian Export Center, and Andrei Slepeniov will talk a little bit more in detail. I'm just going to briefly mention it, and also the Industry Development Foundation. It's a very good tool. And a lot of companies that are oriented both towards import substitution or working on external market, they try to use this tool. The Ministry of Finances also work very hard on the package of agreements for protection and encouragement of capital investments. But let's start with the key thing for our discussion. A decree of the government of the Russian Federation, number 191, approved recently. That, however, is a result of a very long-lasting work. It was supervised directly by Dmitry Kosak. So finally, the support measures are determined for those projects that have considerable export potential. The essence is that we should give access to the mechanisms of preferential bank loaning, but not just give this opportunity, but instead there should be an obligation to increase competitiveness. And first of all, on the global market, as you remember, we've launched the project for import substitution, and that's where the focus was. Now the focus is shifting a little bit, because today, in order to be competitive, it is necessary to occupy the niches on the market of third countries and be able to compete there with strong, powerful global competitors. So now we're talking about the programs for increasing competitiveness, and it's kind of an important element of companies' business plans in a midterm strategy. And we believe this tool is the main one to support the international projects on international cooperation and export, so that producers of competitive products will be able to enjoy government support for the industry. Who can get this access? Any industrial companies, but for efficient selections, we divide all companies into two categories. The first one will be tentatively federal companies that include the backbone companies. We also expanded those opportunities with subsidiaries. So final list will be longer. Next category is the regional companies, and it's very important. The regions know their companies and specifics of the regions better. And here we'd like to involve in the orbit smaller companies with export potential, even if those companies at the moment do not understand clearly how they can get federal support. The formal requirements are the same. Russian jurisdictions of business, no debt to the state, and confirmed successful investment activity. What is also very important, export products are not necessary at the moment when companies apply for government support. So you can start from the scratch and then build up those positions. The Ministry of Industry and Trade promised to support the interest rates for up to 4.5% and join the KPPK mechanism. What else do I need to underline? One will be able to approach banks only after a company signed the government agreement on participating in the program. An exceptions, however, was provided, so you still can enjoy this accession. What is very important that the industrial limits are introduced, so that not all money goes to just one particular industry. Everything has been estimated correctly using special formula based on the prospects that a particular industry have. And also the maximum of loans would be 60 billion for investment project and 30 billion for other projects. I also would like to emphasize that the program start date will be 1st April, and it will be run on both the federal and the regional level. This year we expect to sign more than 250 agreements. I'd like to emphasize once again that we do invite the regions to be actively involved in such kind of work. Next mechanism that I'd like to mention will be special investment contract. For all new speaks, we'd like to be oriented to not only stimulating investments, but also competitive projects and building up export potential for the companies that are going for such exports. Speak 2 will be focused on developing new technologies or on transfer of those technologies and implementing them in our economy. Today, a draft law on Speak 2 is under considerations, and we hope that in the very near future, the State Duma, Russian Parliament, will consider and approve it. I also mentioned the tools considered by the Ministry on Finances. That's an agreement on protection and encouragement of capital investments. Today, practically every day, companies are able to present and defend their projects at the ministry, and there'll be a special mechanism of support. I'm not going to go into detail here because the package of the draft law is still under refinement, and not fully adapted. Plus, we'll be able to listen to our colleagues from the Ministry of Finances who are going to give us a little bit more information. Going back to export-oriented policy, there are some other tools that are in effect, including support to high technology enterprises by Rosexportbank, Vneshekonombank. We also support transportation costs, intellectual property registration. And I think that Andrei Slipnyov, when he's going to talk about the mechanism engaged by the Russian Export Union, also give you more information. Now, the Industry Development Foundations, dear colleague, we have 8 programs in this foundation. The interest rate is from 1 to 5%. So far, during the last 3 years, 642 projects have been approved for the total amount exceeding 145 billion rubles. So it's a very highly sought after mechanism, so please use it. Clarification questions. Companies, can they get to these industry development foundations or then to other ones? So can they use the whole palette? Absolutely. There is no ban for the companies to try to apply for different instruments of support. But you know, under the KPK program, you can sign several agreements and got support, but you cannot apply it twice or 3 times for just one company. You know, it's not going to happen, of course. Yeah, you know, for one product, one type of support. One product, one type of support. It's not possible to double it. And we put special measures in place so that it wouldn't be possible, you know, to go through different windows and get, you know, more money from taxpayers. Another question about choice, please. You mentioned that something like 250 agreements you are expected under the KPPK. Is it going to be a choice of kind of a limited number of agreements, or all applications that deserve support will get support? Or are there any quotas or any restrictions? You know, is there RES who are our agents, and they're going to help businesses to select particular projects? You know, we just started a little bit later this year, and resources are limited time-wise, and we don't understand that companies should get to ready for this. It's a new tool. They need to study it this year. It would be possible to get support without KPPK, but the subsidies will be 3%. Next year, however, signing agreements will be absolutely necessary. I'm finished here. Questions? Yeah, let's listen to everybody. It's a round table, and then we come back. So, Andrei, your turn.
Please tell us if it is a selection or should the project correspond to certain criteria. Thank you. Could you please switch on my presentation? There are just several slides to demonstrate. What I wanted to say, to start with, what Dmitry Nikolaevich has mentioned, not export for the sake of export. This is a very serious maneuver of the economical policy, more than industrial policy. It is the accent to export-oriented policy. We have waited for that for a long time, and we have reached that going through localization at the development of the Russian context. And now we are entering the foreign markets, and we see the companies who go abroad, who go overseas. So the average salary is approximately 25% higher. We have conducted corresponding research. There are quite different quality perspectives, and the scale of business is different. Now, I should say that approximately 2.5 million workplaces are in this sector, and the salary is higher than an average. And it means that there will be over 1.5 million workplaces more, high-tech workplaces, well-paid workplaces. And these are the industries who are quite confident and who have certain development potential. This is a very serious support for the regions, for the economics in general. From the point of view of quality and financial figures, financial points, and this scale is quite a serious one. I have mentioned the figures and a couple of words. So in 2018, we've supported nearly 19 million export, which could not be possible without the state support by means of insurance tools. It was the deliveries to complex, very problematic countries like Cuba. And thanks to that, this is 200,000 workplaces, and these are the people who work in this sector, and this is a very serious contribution, which is actually quite urgent, quite important for the economics. As to KPPK, and this is the topical, urgent question. In April, we are starting. On the 15th of May, we are drawing conclusions. Now we are communicating to the regions weekly. We conduct webinars at 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. on Wednesdays, and you can ask all questions. On average, we have 500 people. We have already conducted 3 webinars like that, and there are standard questions. There is a standard set of questions. They are published in the website. And this is what we have actually accumulated some experience. As to the interest, I wanted to report on that. 250 applications. We will exceed this number. Today in Krasnoyarsk, today in the morning, we have promised, there was a plan. The plan was up to 10, 22 companies have already confirmed their participation, and they have already put a seal on that. And this is only one region, and so we see that in many regions we have similar situation where the ministry is conducting its active policy, and this is where people are ready to participate. There are small projects and large projects, 250 billion, that will be the large projects, of course, but the average small companies will also benefit from that, because it forms a certain export culture, because it leads to the change of qualities. As to the projects we have examined 1,200 projects, large and medium scale, and large medium scale projects in general. And many of them are KPPK. So this is what we can see in my slide, corresponding as to the industry. Machine building, for example, 121 projects. The goal is achieved if we assess it conservatively. We can, so the growth is up to 65%. Of course, we will see more results, 65%. This is what we have already achieved. Nearly 40% is not yet clear. This is too much. We have to move forward. Of course, there is certain conversion as concerning the industry, the military enterprises, and we see all the tools. Now we are working on that, and I think it will be a serious impulse for leasing. They will give a certain growth of up to $10 billion per year. As to the chemical industry, here we see that the goal figures are considerable. The growth can be up to 30 billion. And here, first of all, these are petrochemical industry. Now we are waiting for the solution, and the topical matter is periods. If there is a delay, then of course we will formally it will be difficult to achieve the KPI. Metallurgical industry, this is more difficult, and we see that our expectations are not yet up to as to the black metals, and maybe we will stay at the same level as during the last year, the previous year. So I hope we will have some growth this year as well, and there is certain potential here. Forestry, of course, forestry is our great hope. Here in Krasnoyarsk territory, there is a lot which Krasinvest can do. This is a huge potential in the market. As to cellulose industry and in some other industries as well, this is huge potential which we hope to achieve, and we are ready to support it. We are actively cooperating with investors. So the picture now looks as follows. We are now within the range of 50 to 80%. This is what we are now discussing, what we have discussed this week with the ministry. The figure is not that terrible, it's not fantastic, it is an ambitious figure. But as I can remember from the first meetings with Dmitry Nikolaevich, he was speaking about the other figures. I thought he was joking, but now we see that considering our basic level, we can speak maybe not about 2024, but maybe 2030. But of course now we are starting. We have certain measures of the expert support, and this year we see that KPPK, there will be certain change. We have already taken the corresponding solution. So the industry, we are asking you to pay attention to that, but still the basic decisions have already been taken. The next week it will be confirmed, so we will correct the situation, and there are some other business matching. We are supporting that. We have all the tools necessary for that. Of course, we have to perfect some of the tools, but we are sure, we're confident that for the Russian export and industry, there are no borders, no limits. All the limits are within our heads. And this is confirmed by lots of examples. It is very important so that business believes in this program, so that here we have good partnership between the different regulators, between the those who develop business in the regions. And I hope that all the conditions are exclusive. As to the so-called wind in the forest, this is of course something which is quite refreshing. And this is just temporary. We cannot use it correctly, but anyway, the perspectives of cooperation show that even if we face the wind, of course, we still can find certain solution. Like in the trade war between China and the US. Of course, China is now interested to purchase soy and chicken and diversify it. The same we see in the situation with the IT, also machine building. Everyone is looking for alternatives, and everyone understands that the world is changing. Thank you. Thank you very much, Andrei. We also chemical and medical. We have many representatives of the chemical and medical industry. Albina, you have a question, I see. Business believes in this program. This regulation 191. Business wants to participate in this program. In 1 year, the goal was not achieved. What happens next? Is it so that it is not agreement for the sake of agreement? Yes, the agreement is a kind of ticket into the future. You can get the bank loan. Well, nothing has happened. We have signed the conclusion. We have signed the agreement. We have signed the agreement, and there is a report showing that there is a certain amount of companies. But still, it is just in the registry. What happens next? What happens next? This is up to you. There are no fines for not using the support. The other matter is that if you take the loan and to not use it, the situation has not been changed. So we're now included into the registry. If you have taken the loan and not implemented, there are certain measures. Yes, but if we have not had the certain number of values, well, the next Wednesday there's gonna be a webinar, and you will you will get this information, but there will be no restrictions. Maybe we will come back to your specific project later. Maxim Rasokhin, Director General of Gala Polymer. Maxim, please tell us, what do you think about this program? Maybe you have some questions to the colleagues. Yermolai, thank you. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. We are currently we are participating not according to 191, but we are using the support, the export support measures, according to the regulation 696. What I can say, this support measure is the return of export compensations. This was very helpful to our business, and it gave certain results because we are now really competitive in the remote markets. As everyone says that it really helped us to take certain market share. In Russia, we are the only manufacturer of tetrafluoroethylene, and we have increased our range of products, and we have increased the value, our value, by means thanks to this support. 2018 was a very good year for us, also in the global market. But my question will be different. Let's look at a business case from 2018. In 2018, the prices for our product were high, but now they are lower, and this price decrease was 40%. Now it costs 40% less. It means that in 2018, thanks to the support measures, we have become competitive and we had some market share. We had really good export growth. We had a growth of, let's say, 70%, but for the next year, for 2019, so I would like to model the situation. We have signed but no one could expect that there will be a certain decline in the market. We have determined the number of, let's say, 7 billion. But now, so we have taken the loan for the investments, and we have started the investments into the industry, but the market prices decrease. Thanks to really objective circumstances, we cannot reach the value what we have thought of. And what happens in the end of the year? It is a very difficult moment, and the year was very difficult. And it also means that we cannot participate in the program according to this agreement. And the investment load on us is increasing as well. So in the KPPK, there is no flexible tool which would take into account the real changes in the market, on the market, because when the price goes down, it was due to the decrease of the demand, and the demand was very low. And as a private company, we think that our main goal is to preserve the market share, because if we still have the market share, we preserve for ourselves and for Russia our export potential. When the price goes up, we will realize this potential, because when the price goes up, we can have some growth. But now we are in a kind of trap. In 2018, according to this agreement, we could have taken the investments, but we could not have accomplished the plan, and well, it would be the end for us. So I suggest the ministry should work on that, because there should be some living tool which would take into account different situations, different market situations. Our market is very volatile. Our market depends on lots of factors, in various industries. So this tool, this should be supplemented by something. And what else I wanted to add, this is also very important. Today, there are a number of other regulations, like 566. Yes, this is also the loan with the special rate, and now we are signing the agreement with Rossexim Bank to have the access to this tool. But at the same time, during the discussions, we have heard that the regulation 496 and will be connected with 191. But if we use 496, we cannot participate according to the regulation 191. These tools should be accessible, isolated, in the isolated way. But when they go together, when they function together, we are really restricted in the access to certain tools. So I would like to have more discussions on that. Maybe I have missed something, but still we are communicating to Andrei Alexandrovich. In May last year, we have signed the 5-year agreement on cooperation, and REDS helps a lot. This is really good support, but I would like to have some living tools and not just a regulation for the sake of regulation, because some markets grow all the time. Some markets are volatile, and this will be, but in that case it would be fixed. There is just no vanguard now who could be able to predict the situation in 10 years. Maybe someone has some comments on that. Yes, of course, we will otherwise we will forget what we have started from. I think what Maxim has mentioned requires some attention. Of course, the tool is a very important tool, and it is very important. There are no fines. Well, I'm not speaking about the fines. If you are not if you do not accomplish what you have promised, you will just you are just alone in the cooperation with the bank. Of course, there are some really lots of reasons. But what you have mentioned, if there is still the market share in the market, so it is not then it is not the reason for not accomplishing your promises. Of course, we will look at that. We will discuss it up to the period of completion of this project, and this is also what our dialogue now can really do for us. And as to the expansion of the platform solution in participation in the international cooperation, this is not only according to 191, but also according to some other regulations, so that you would be able to get some other support. Of course, this should be done. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Maxim. Within the limits of this regulation, there is the whole range of tools and measures, logistics, for example, trading, financing, factoring, and so on. And of course, this is just a part of the problem. Of course, it is difficult to invest. And of course, especially if we speak about 10 years periods. And anyway, you will choose these or those tools. Of course, everything, all specifics has to be taken into account. And in your picture, in your slide, Maxim, the chemical industry was a kind of champion, and this has to be taken into account. Albina, you have already asked your question. Albina, General Director of Pascal Medical. Maybe you can tell us a couple of words as to what you think about this situation. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. We are representing, so we are not the champion industry. Unlike Maxim, our industry is an outsider. Pascal Medical, our company, we are in the special economic area in Dubna. Initially, we have planned 3 stages of development, what we have implemented from the start point. We have built the factory of syringes, and this is 1/5 of the whole Russian market. Infusion transfusion systems, this was the second part of the second stage of our project. The project appeared as the reaction of business to the government export-oriented policy, and the goal was to create high-quality project, a high-quality product, which would show the safety of the country, because medical products concern everyone. We have purchased the best infrastructure. We have a large sterilization chamber. We have physical and chemical laboratory equipped with the most advanced tools. We have high quality, highly skilled specialists and experts. We are now pending the certificate. We have really high quality equipment. And now we have a classical problem, several classical problems. The first one, a quite low image of the Russian products, and this is difficult to deal with that because there are lots of medical institutions, lots of pharmacies and drugstores, and we have to spend lots of time so that to be able to show our product, to prove that it is safe, that it is sterile, that it is sealed, that we use high quality raw materials. The real help we need. We cannot advertise on TV, but if there would be a certain number of TV shows so that someone would visit our company, would make a report about our company. This is about the local market. The state tenders with the medical institutions. The rule, the third is not required, is what we need. We have to compete with, let's say, lower quality products which are considerably cheaper. So we have to either decrease the quality, and we do not want that, or we have to use dumping so that just to become known, so that people would give some opinions about our products. And we give our products to test them. And the third part is obvious. We have to compete with the official China, with German China, and this is the same Chinese products, but with the German brand. Here we would like to have some help as well, but this is the matter of the federal support, maybe dumping support. We have the same VAT with the Chinese and we need direct help for our products, just because we produce high quality competitive products, because our Russian consumers could use nice high quality syringes and respect this product. We have now accessed the countries, Oriental countries. We have strategic partners, and we work with the former USSR countries. We are now pending the certificates in those countries, and from soon we are starting trade with the Oriental countries. What we need, the compensation of logistic costs. This would be great help for us. Maxim has already told us how it works. We have no problems with the customs. This is pretty easy. This is quite what we can implement ourselves. What we expect from you, we have already spoken to your colleagues. It was a very good discussion. Our colleagues are ready to help. Our colleagues contact us themselves, and we have, I really see support from your side. What else would be helpful for us? Maybe we could consider financial help with the registration certificates, and our quality is no worse than the European quality, and of course this is substantial costs. Next, maybe advance payments for us to help us participate in the foreign exhibitions, maybe some stands of the Russian manufacturers, so that we just could demonstrate our products. I speak about quite definite problems and issues we have. Thank you very much. Your comment makes us think that a certain platform or a tool for some complex information service. Of course, everyone should know what kind of tools exist. Not everyone visits such a forum, this forum or the other forums. Maybe there would be a certain platform would be useful. And another idea, there were certain cases and examples, so that it would represent certain cases or examples. Yes, from the Ministry of Trade, we have some information. As to the information support, of course, it functions. We know everything about the regulations. Here we have certain support from the colleagues present here. This is okay. Thank you. The next question. To Dmitry Fyodorovich, the representative of the region, of Sakhalin region.
As an experience of working in different regions, so what would be the right connections of those mechanisms support from the regions and the wide variety of federal tools? So in your opinion, what do you think, how it should work. Thank you so much for the invitation. And I think the importance of the theme underlined by Dmitry Kozak for your participants can hardly be underestimated. It's one of very important national projects, although undoubtedly all of them are important. But in the follow-up of the previous speakers, I'd like to emphasize that an important element of the national project philosophy are the measures of stimulation, and today we've already talked about it, although Albina mentioned to Andrei Alexandrovich that not all measures truly work in the previous year. I think, however, it's just a partial case. It's not a system. What I now would like to emphasize, somehow adding to what we already discussed today, national projects, the philosophy of developing the national economy, the philosophy for developing Russia in the forthcoming years, not just to 2024. So it's important to mention here that very recently the government passed a decree improving the spatial development. The document signed by Dmitry Medvedev draws a line under the discussion as to how the biggest country in the world should be developed. So from all those endless arguments that there should be 15 to 17% of the territory of advanced development, forgetting about other territories of the Russian Federation and even the largest municipalities. Our strategy now means the balanced development and shaping specialization of macro-region and the subject of the Russian Federation. I think what is very important that when we outline the priorities, particularly of the project that we are discussing now, we should look at the demands and the requirements of the regions, of what already have been developed in the regions, the industrial potential, the maintained potentials and the research schools, and it all should be coordinated with the plans of the Ministry of Industry and Trade. Based on these foundations, we can be very precise, talking first of all with the leading regions. We should ask them which measures should be the most efficient for the existing productions, which measures should fall in the competence of the subjects of the Russian Federation. And of course, the scale of this support cannot be compared. I think everybody paid attention to the presentations of Andrei Slepnyov and his very honest forecast and the visions to 2024 as to what can be done in the chemical industry, in machine building, in metalwork, etc., etc. And certainly forecasts for 138% in the chemical industry really pleases us. But 65% in a particular segment, that's an honest, it's a fair forecast, but it's not particularly encouraging. So what is very important here, that the stimulation measures should not be changed throughout the entire period, because business is tired of these frequently and constantly changing rules of the game. So the measures should be transparent, clear, understandable, so that we can say what was declared really matches the reality. And on the other hand, we should be based on a philosophy of mutually coordinated, logical and clear legislation. I'd like to remind all of you that Vladimir Putin, our president, in his address to the Federal Assembly, highlighted the large-scale goals and objectives of the national development that in 2024, putting special emphasis on national projects. And in a way, he put a somehow unusual task that until now the head of the state didn't put. He said that we have to move away from the excessive regulations because it used to be benefit, it used to create for the benefit, but today it's an obstacle. It means we should monitor the federal law, which very often is not efficient today. One of the examples is number 34 federal law, one of objective of which is countering corruption and reducing the cost of different ordering parties. But today, it goes to many more disadvantages when the pluses of anti-corruption measures are really not commensurable with the disadvantages it brings. So we'd like to build up a new level of cooperation with the Ministry of Industry and Trade when feedback with businesses can account for problems and reasons that can form the new foundations for the federal regulations and be positive practice. On Wednesday, the Council of Federation approved the law modernizing the foundations of the work of Rostec corporations. The goals of corporate development are refined and renewed. The goals and objectives that are put in the federal law improve the mechanisms of corporate development. In particular, it gives the right to federal civil servants to take part in the administrative operations within the Rostec. Let's concentrate on expert. Let's move closer to the expert, the topic of our discussion. Well, you know, the main objective of the federal law is to facilitate Rostec and its support and promoting of products. So that for the first time, when it's formulated in the federal law, and we would be happy that at the stage of preparing materials for the government hour on the 10th of April, where Denis Manturov will be the speaker. So we will be happy if export-oriented activities, that's the theme of the government hour, and the role of the ministry will be to support, to facilitate this particular national project and nothing else. And also upon the initiative of Valentina Matvienko, we opened the cycle of days of the government corporation. On the 22nd will be the date of integrated construction corporation and an emphasis of export products, which and the industry, which at the moment is not going through the best of its times, in line of speakers. So the General Director will highlight these issues at the Council of Federation. And not to abuse your time, what I'd like to emphasize that now we look pretty optimistically at the pursuance of the national product, and we see increasingly more that revival of national industry, increasing competitiveness of the products that will be put, conquering new market in spite of the external challenges that we now feel. All this will be a true success policy. But what is very important that millions of our people should know about it, that would be the reason for being proud of it, the reason for understanding the role of small and medium businesses, the reason for being proud with the state corporations, which today, unfortunately, is not always observed. So one of the initiatives of the Ministry of Trade and Industry should be a humanitarian line, presenting these hundreds of thousands of success stories at the level of the regions, at the level of the federation. In my opinion, is also one of the important factors for success of the national project. Now, Mikhail Rybnikov for Sagra. Again, chemistry, but I think it's going to be a little bit more traditional. So how the big business like Fosagra, how you can enjoy the state support? What is your opinion towards the new initiative?
Это действительно во многом
Yermala mentioned that our industry is the leading one. Yes, chemistry is developing a lot within the last 5 years. It is at least 10% a year. This is the growth of the product volume. Of course, we have problems, and the competition is very high, and our industry is characterized by lots of capital capacity, and we should mention that phosphorus factory is assessed for the amount of 50 billion rubles. In Cherepavets, we have built a factory which costs exactly this price, and this is, of course, a really period, a really long period of 20-25 years. In chemistry, it is always long-term investment. IRR is like 30%, 15%. But of course, we understand that this industry is a strong one. The population is growing, the demand in our products is growing, and of course, there is the example of the Russian market that it is growing. The consumption of products is higher than ever. Our agriculture is developing, and it is also export-oriented, but still 70% in our industry is for export. And if we speak about the measures of the state support, the most essential thing which made our industry attractive, not only for our company, but also for the other companies, for our competitors, Russian competitors, is the regional discounts. And in all the regions, like Murmansk region, Leningrad region, Vologda region, it was very helpful. It was really helpful because the income tax, what I should mention, Vologda region is a good example of that. The income tax is decreased and it is zero property tax. And of course, in the regions were very flexible in reaction to the investment activities of the companies, because maybe the regions are the mostly interested in the development of the industry in the regions. They see the results, they see the new workplaces, and of course new taxes. They are also easy to calculate, and it is understandable why people use these discounts, because we get much more results. Starting from 2022, this tool is no longer valid, is no longer here, and of course it makes the industry problematic. We are speaking about export, and we should invest not only into the construction of new premises, but also, if we speak about the chemical factory, then maybe we can reach it within 4 years. But if we speak about the mine, we need 10 years, for example. But as we have to develop this industry, and as we have to increase the growth, and also as we have to take into account the Baltic ports, we have to build the new sea ports, which is done by the same companies, including Fosagro. The investments into the infrastructure of the Russian railroad, they have their own investment program. But when you build a new premises, then the Russian railroads say that we have to invest into the construction of the railroad ourselves. So this is a really complex project, and it is related to lots of investments. And of course, we are helpful for all tools, all measures of support. Everyone has mentioned Regulation 191, which can become the most essential tool, really helpful for the investment activities. And we would be really grateful if all these issues would be taken into account. Dmitry Nikolaevich mentioned quality, and I think this is the most principal matter. We have to pursue not only the volumes, but we have to always think about the quality, because if we speak about our industry, about the fertilizers, then one of our most important competitive advantages, the environmental clearness, environmental friendliness, which was also noticed by our president. We don't have cadmium we don't have heavy metals and radioactive elements in our fertilizers, and the world pays more and more attention to that, because everyone now speaks about the environmental friendliness, because everyone consumes these substances as well. European legislation was a great result, because the European legislation is changing. But it is really important. Just one example to illustrate that. We compete mostly with Moroccan manufacturers, with American manufacturers who produce quite other sorts of products, but they are also trying to protect their products. If Morocco, in many countries, in many countries, Russian products are prohibited, or there are certain taxes which do not allow that. In Latin America is a priority country, priority region for the US. Several years ago in Brazil, there was a certain tax, a certain fee implemented for concerning the fertilizers. In our fertilizers, this element is not present, and so that we had to add this substance into the products so that to be able to deliver to the Brazilian market. And only now it was cancelled, the innovative activities. Yes, Mikhail, thank you very much. We have to finish this session, so please now let's conclude this matter.
Thank you so much to everybody for sharing your thought with us about our industrial policy. That is very useful, and a lot of you are thinking that the decision is already made. We will respond to those comments that are objective and quite fair. But I'd just like to answer a couple of questions that you, Yermolai, I think you raised, but the answer wasn't given to them. First of all, about the time limit of the project, 2024. This is a national project. The time frame is to 2024. It does not mean, however, that after 2024 we are going to produce low quality products. We're going to curtail production or export. We think that the outcome of the project in 6 years' time will be that we'll start ongoing long-term efforts that will be in place after 2024 on the companies that are involved, and the emphasis will put on stimulated investments to high technology export oriented production. So on the 2024 arrives, and then after this we will think what to do. We will make other decisions depending on the state of our economy and the state of the global economy, particularly within the frame of this project. Next question about the selection procedure. You asked the question whether it's applications or it's a competitive procedure. Certainly it is competitive. And I'm very, very grateful to Andrei Selipanyov. Would like to express our gratitude to him for saying that competition will be there. You know, in the middle of last year when we were discussing this project, then we were saying that the target was to sign 50 agreements on enhancing competitiveness. And I insisted, no, it should be 250. And today, just the preliminary results, it's already 1,020 projects have been considered. That is great. That is a very positive result. It means that there will be real competition, and the project participants who are involved, the range of them will be much, much higher. There is no reason, and it's the target indicator for the KPI efficiency for the Ministry of Industry and Trade. You know, the minimum target is set, but if it's going to be 5 times higher, definitely they're not going to be punished. They'll be, on the contrary, they'll be commended. So there will be competition, there will be winners of this competition, and the winners will be those who will be able to propose the highest obligations in terms of the output on both domestic and external markets. And external markets means competitiveness for our agents, and we do hope that it generates unexpected results in view of the Maxim's proposals about the market share. Also an important item was touched, the stability conditions for doing business. We're going to further discuss it during our plenary session, but what I'd like to emphasize right now in terms of these projects, or it can apply to national project in general, it used to be that all measures of government support, including current support, such as agriculture support, industry support, etc., all rules for providing certain measures were limited to 1 year, like subsidizing timeline 1 financial year, for instance. And all rules specified you're going to get the money if there are limits of budgetary obligations from the ministry for the current year, of course. It is very difficult to plan for such a short period of time, and there are lots of discomfort from the business in terms of logistics, for instance, like last year we expected logistics subsidy, for instance, to compensate within the scales of our huge country. But last year, however, the rule specifies just for this particular year. Next year, it depends if the money are there, but for the next year, it's already halved the amount of allocated money. And it's an endless dialogue with the business, as if we're using different language to discuss. So the national projects gives you 6-year time frame when the national resources are guaranteed for 6 years. So we signed the agreements for 6 years for the programs of enhancing competitiveness. And within 6 years, the funding is guaranteed at full scale. And this is happening for the first time in the contemporary history of Russia. This is a very important moment, very important moment. And I think now I've got more optimism that we will be able to make serious step forward in terms of enhancing technological development of Russia and competitiveness of our national industry. Dear colleagues, thank you so much for participation. Thank you for the comments. Good luck throughout the day. Thank you.
have a very short, a very brief introduction. I wanted to start from a very important note. After this session is over, everyone is invited to the plenary session, which starts on time. And it means that we have to be quick. At 10 to 1, we have to finish. So I address all the speakers and all the audience, because everyone, the access to the plenary session hall is limited. So right after we start, the ones who want to visit the plenary session should quickly go to the plenary session hall. That's why I am kindly asking you to try to be short.
План 21 век со знаком вопроса. Чем продиктована дискуссия и такая тема? Есть ритейл как отрасль, есть закон о торговле как фундаментальный закон, который регулирует деятельность отрасли, и есть постоянные намерения.
There is a constant hope, which is not yet implemented, to have even more regulations. And this is not negative. I am not speaking negatively about.
Которым должны соответствовать торговые организации, ну а как следствие все, кто к торговле имеет отношение, и покупатели, и поставщики. И это особенность не только ритейла как отрасли экономики, это вообще специфика государственного регулирования российской экономики. Мы стараемся улучшить показатели, повысить какое-то качество услуг или продукции через навязывание каких-то обязательных для исполнения.
So that we are trying to increase the requirements, and this just means that our situation is not completely competitive. The state thinks that the market is unable to provide high quality of products and services.
Второй тренд – это развитие новых форматов. Цифровых технологий. И этот новый сегмент
online mechanisms. This was not really known quite recently, and this requires certain state intervention. The state understands that this terra incognita needs certain regulators, regulating tools. There are different models of participation in this system. There is the model of the North America, of the Asian countries. These countries are not yet up to date as well. There is certain Chinese experience. So I think that these two aspects, on the one hand, make the state implement this regulatory function. And on the other hand, there is the position of the market, which always wants a certain trend towards deregulation, lessening of the regulation. How can we find balance? How do we find balance here? And I would like to start the discussion with the presentation of Ivan Fedikov from Infoline, who would discuss the trends present in the market today. You just have 5 minutes. I'll try to be quick. Please give me the remote control. Infoline agency. For many years, our agency has been researching the trends of online trade, and the first I would like to do is to conclude on the previous year, to present the results of the survey, and to conclude with the results of the audit we carry out every year in the area of retail. We'll start with the report. The results of the previous year show that the dynamics last year, the dynamics was 2.6% in retail, but I would not dare to call it growth, because after the 15% in 2016, 2.6% is just restoration in the best case, and the forecasts which were noted, which were announced previously, cannot be confirmed, I guess, because we see that there is still decline of the incomes of population. The real incomes go down, and the corrected data show decline of this figure. There is a certain set of measures implemented by the government. Our government has decided to change the methods of the assessment, but still we see that the events happening in this area have a negative influence on the population, because in the beginning of this year there was a certain wave of inflation, and it will be present for the some other months. The population but anyway, the population is quite responsible. We see that the savings of people in the Russian banks are growing. In 2018, it was not that dynamic. It was just capitalization of the money, of the funds. In credits, in the area of loans, there was the growth of 22%. This is really high growth tempo, and now certain prerequisites are being formed, showing that the bank loans the population has taken will hardly be paid back. Maybe there would be a certain restriction on the bank loans, and the service of credits of bank loans should not increase the financial opportunities of the creditors. This development is leading to the further differences in the incomes of the Russian people. We see that lots of people are really poor and they need certain state support. And I think here, this area is what we have to concentrate our efforts on. Starting from 2015, we have been discussing the financial support of these layers of population, but nothing has really been done within that period. This program is not functioning, and even the discussions of this program are now not heard on the background, against the background of the other events. Because in the whole world, the economically weak population layers are supported financially. In Russia, it should function as well. These people really need financial support to be able to buy the most necessary things they need for their life. The results of the infrastructure market situation survey. We are conducting a survey every year. We are asking various questions, and I think one of the questions is an important one. These are the factors hindering the development. These factors are the same every year, but they have different weight from year to year. You see that in 2018, 2019, you see the famous facts, and I would like to draw your attention that there are certain gray competition schemes. But please look at this chart. At the first place, we see the increase of the cost. This is a negative trend, and this negative trend is 15% higher. The manufacturers are really unhappy because they say that they cannot sell their products at the prices they need. Now there are lots of discount campaigns, but anyway, despite this inflation wave, this inflation wave will disappear by the end of this year, because the incomes of the population do not grow, and we have to respond to that. This is the model of the so-called clever, smart consumption, and this influences the model of the retail chains, because they just react to the challenges the population sets because of their low incomes. I would like to give the example of the growing market in France, where within the last 10 years there was no demand, there was no growth of the incomes. The chains compare their prices openly with the prices of their competitors. Carrefour sends the receipts from the other chains to the consumers so that they would be able to show how much the consumer has saved when buying from them. And this price pressure observed in the Russian market. This is not a tactical figure. This is just a strategy. What we have, and we have to take into account this factor. To conclude my presentation, I would like to give the example of our audit. We're studying the retail area, and this is the charter of accessibility of the hypermarkets. You see that we now have nearly 100 coverage of hypermarkets, and even such a large player as a hypermarket is influenced by this pressure. The Prisma chain in St. Petersburg has closed 4 hypermarkets. Many of them disappear because the growing competition. The modern formats compete with the other modern contemporary formats. And we have assessed that quite a large share of this sector is influenced by the modern. And now you see that 30% of this segment in our country, this figure could be larger. But the first 10 results, the first 10 figures you see here, some of them are still growing exponentially. You see it in the chart, but there are some other companies which do not adapt to the situation quick enough, and they lose their profits. But nevertheless, on the right in this chart, you see that all top 10 retailers had growth despite all the difficulties and issues. All of them have opened their new shops, and I am sure they will grow the next year because the market is ready for that. The market now is in the new stage of its development. It makes the manufacturers. So now we're coming to the consolidation of the markets. This happens in retail and also in the production of food products. This consolidation happened against the background of financial predominance of certain market leaders. But now we see the change of the stage. Now the predominance is rather a matter of technological predominance, and many companies are now implementing the technologies, R&D achievements which are now available in this sector. These companies are growing exponentially, and they are growing their market shares. Thank you very much. These were the most essential topics. I would like to change the order of the speakers, and now I would like to ask Yelena here. Ivan has described the challenges quite well. We still have not reached the concentration of the players typical for the Western Europe. Here we can speak about 50 plus or 60 plus with the trend towards 100 plus. We have, as far as I understand, approximately 30%. And this is an opportunity for large federal chains, and in your strategy you are oriented towards that. How do you deal with the challenges present in the market today? Do you assess the challenges the way as Ivan does, or is there any room for the state to plan the situation, trade as a social business, in the meaning of who sells what and who sells what to whom, depending on how efficient this industry is and its social character. The social character of this area makes it possible to ask, what is a fair price? Do you feel the interference of the state? First of all, I would like to thank Ivan for his great presentation. Of course, we are oriented at Infoline. It is a kind of mirror showing us the situation in the retail of FMCG area. Of course, we agree with the challenges Ivan has mentioned. Retail here is a kind of translator of the price pressure coming from the consumers, and of course it is a challenge we face. And this is the challenge we give over to the suppliers, and the suppliers further give it over to their suppliers, and the growth of the cost, which you have confirmed in your presentation. Everyone feels it in the chain, and the whole chain, not only retail. I think we cannot speak about the retail alone. Everyone is now between these scissors. This is the growth of the cost, and this is the reduction of the real incomes of the population. It is just approximately even less than 3%. And we see that also looking at the financial results and looking at the activities of the key companies from the last year. We see that the growth dynamics of the players is quite different. It is quite different from what we saw during the previous years. It is 10 plus or 0 to 10. We even see a certain minus from the point of view of the growth dynamics. And looking at the public companies who show their reports, we see the reduction of the incomes, and these are not just the reasons related to the decline of the incomes, and the one would agree, I think. And there is also certain market saturation. The market is getting saturated, and now it is declining its tempos. Many regions are just saturated with the retail, and of course, quite objectively, these regions cannot grow. We have a certain monopoly border of 25%, and anyway, it leads to the reduction of the growth. I agree to the challenges mentioned. How we deal with them? This is seen from our activities. The mentioned share of discounts, competitive fight. This is present in the area. This is present in the industry. Maybe it is not yet that radical as in France, but of course this is not a short-term trend. This is a long-term trend. And speaking about the social role and looking at the figures Ivan has presented, when he said that lots of people are extremely poor, this is also a challenge. This is not just a challenge for the retail, this is a challenge for the whole society, and the retail can benefit from partnership with the state and with the suppliers. There are certain examples of participating of retail in partnership. We know that there is a certain social map of a Muscovite. I agree that not all regions can afford that, but this is our common business, our common matter, and I agree completely that the state, the retail, and the suppliers can do something with this challenge. We can either offer some state support, or the retail can show certain support to the other participants, maybe by means of support of certain categories of population, like discounts for pensioners. Maybe we can develop some common programs, some joint programs with the suppliers, and I would like to ask Dmitry to give his opinion on that. And of course the social role of the retail, apart from the basic social role of the retail, which is the provision of fair prices for the products, for the whole population in Russia, for high quality products. And this is also our joint work with the suppliers. Thank you, but you are one of the market leaders, and I think these trends and these assessments are fair for everyone, and the trends you have mentioned are also pretty urgent for everyone present here. Now we have the next question to the next speaker. We know that the Metro Group works with lots of consumers. These are private entrepreneurs, small companies, small and medium-scale business as a category. Their attitudes, how would you assess the opinions of the consumers, and what do you think is required to provide certain positive trend? Is it possible? Because the subject of the state regulation is such a delicate matter. In some areas the regulation is kind of excessive, but sometimes we think that the state could support some positive trends by developing a certain behavior model, so we insist on the interference of the state. How do we differentiate between the interference of the state, and how can we assess looking at the results of the Metro Group?
Thank you so much for your question. Honestly, a brief answer to your question, I think we need to change the view to the problem. So today we're going to discuss Russian retail, State Plan 21, and Ivan shared some vision with us, and it will be a direct answer to the question how the small and medium business feels they're really under huge pressure. Some of them are growing up pretty nicely and their model is right, but the market in general, these features that you discussed, really serious issues with the growth of income of the population, everything that you talked about, competition, that's wonderful, but generally when we're talking about small and medium business, the main task is to help them to grow. So that's one of the goals, and social assistance is always necessary, but the focus, first of all, retail focus on SME, this is the way to grow the economy, more innovations. And Metro goal is to support it. Today we see that digitalization plays a huge role here. You, Sergey, mentioned that digital is kind of a new format. This is not our vision, however. We see that digitalization is everywhere. That is the electricity in 19th century. That's exactly the same. When 50% electrification in the US was achieved only in 1925, 40 years after it was invested. And today, internet, computer, mobile communications, everything is there. And we cannot really go by 5-year plans because everything is changing so rapidly. On the contrary, we see that the opportunities to use those technically, this is really a good point how to support and develop small and medium businesses. Now, what I mean here, I see that this opens opportunities for us to change everything. You see, there's not that much hair on my head, but in Moscow there is some small and medium business that now is growing. Top Gun is the name, maybe you've heard about this. This is a barber shop. These guys, they've already created really good applications and they're taking advantages of all current internet environment. They use data, mobility, and they have developed a very attractive service. They buy a lot from Metro because we provide our products to them, to small and medium companies, and I think it's a really great example as to how it can be used in order to develop business. So what the government, what they can do in this context? I think that here, first of all, it is necessary to change the environment, to change the feel out, and I think that regulations here, what should be done? More changes of regulations and the law should be abandoned, particularly those aspects that strengthen and consolidate big business, and we see it on the new law on trade, the Trade Act passed in 2016, and I think that the government should really differentiate different segments of businesses. So when the law is considered, they really have to consider its regulatory impact upon each and every sector of business, especially medium and small and very, very small business, because we see a lot of technologies that help sector or industry like Egoist or Mercury. This is how it can be traced, and we need to introduce this understanding how small business can be supported, not just killed. This is my vision. Jerry, thank you so much. Now, Dmitry Vostrikov, I'd like you to take turn, and Yelena asked you very important questions, because retail, manufacturers and producers, their costs grow objectively like the retail change, particularly as a result of regulations, because any restrictions require finances in order to comply with the new requirements. But there are also economic reasons, because that's the economy of costs. On the other hand, retail is under pressure of the buying capacity of the population. It's not growing at all. It's dropping down, and it aggravates your situation as suppliers, producers, processors, because the dominant factor for you is the chain position, in terms of that they are not that ready to increase the price and reconsider their pricing policy. So what is your vision of the risk? How do you evaluate them? How do you see that the business is going to develop in the near future? And is there any place for the state here in this scheme? We do agree fully with the Ivan's analytics. It's great what he did, and it's true that the biggest concern and the biggest restraint for business is the increasing prime costs and the inability to shift them to the consumer cost shoulders, because if consumer impact would be growing, then of course the increase in price cost would be just shifted to the consumer. This is called inflation, but anyway, it would be much, much easier. Regarding producers, I think it's even more complicated for us, because a number of our ingredients, the packaging material, the equipment, are not produced in Russia at all. The Ministry of Industry and Trade looked into it. There were attempts to replace something, but unfortunately, the integrated solutions, in the project, those equipment units are included that are known, and it's mostly Western elements, so Russian equipment is not included, is not covered by the project, which means our machine building sector loses some orders. And there are also ingredients that are not produced, and the Western companies have very firm price, and the price is also tied to the currency volatility. So we're really scared when we watch every time what are the changes of the exchange rate, and we understand that any leaps increase prime costs seriously, particularly for those food products that are produced here in Russia. Now, what does the government can do? How they can influence, and we have ongoing discussions with the Bank of Russia. We say that they directly affect inflations because of the refinancing rate, stability of the Russian rubles. These are the factors that are pretty significant for us, particularly, and that's the question that you mentioned, the coordinating and approving of prices. In the stable economy, when we talk, for instance, the Soviet Union economy, then everything was okay. Everything worked under the supply contracts. The price was not affected because everything was properly planned with regard to interdepartmental coefficient. What was the most important? The timeliness of supplies, because if you do not supply future products for dominance, for instance, you do not supply the ore on time, then your facilities should be built up, because the old one would be collapsed. But now let's look a little bit from the futuristic point of view. I already mentioned that everything's going to be changing dramatically, like social roles, and we are ready. We think that we will be able to do a lot of good things with retail. And there are some working groups through which we try to increase awareness on conjunction with IT. Our next sessions will be on IT, and that's why I want to touch this issue. 5 years ago, with the market champions, we discussed at one of our working groups the data on sale of the own products of producers, and it will allow us to stimulate merchandisers more incentively to use efficiently the leftovers. And we were saying that the goods turnover will generate pretty good effect. However, we still haven't got these products apart from just some single representatives of retails whose price list shows that it's a good product that can be bought and used, and it's a proven economic efficiency. With other companies, that's commercial secret, it's closed information, and today we understand that IT companies are just leaping forward dramatically, and then through aggregators, through open sources, we definitely will get the data, not from our partners at all, from some other agents, the aggregated information on our sales. In my opinion, retail should collaborate with producers more intensively and really develop, because I believe in a few years retail gonna change. That's gonna be some base point for product delivery and distribution, but information technologies, digitalization, inevitably will influence retail, first of all, because this is the product chain from producer to the buyer. I don't know to what extent it will affect food product industry, for instance, food printers. Possible. We haven't seen any sample at work, however, but the world is changing rapidly. Planning is changing rapidly. So when we say we do not understand how to coordinate plans and orders, when the mobile operators tell us we know everything about our subscribers, and I think that you know everything about our subscribers, and planning, it's the pledge for our conflict-free cooperation. Yeah, I think we're going to discuss planning, who's planning, and now I'm going to give microphone to Vugar Isaev, president of SK Trade, or popularly known as the Snow Queen. Vugar, going back to smart regulatory impact and the measures that help plan development of businesses, I guess the state has done a lot of good things that it can be proud of, and businesses should be grateful to the government for many things, like the system of traceability, how it should be implemented, what should be the pace of implementation. There are clear that there are good elements, but how it can be determined where the government should go into with its regulatory functions and where it shouldn't go in? Who is the arbitrator who can tell where the government should be present and where not? Thank you very much for your question. But if you don't mind, I'd like to sum up as a case what was already said by other speakers. So what do we have? We see that the real income of the populations are dropping down, which means that the real prices in all segments are also dropping down in rubles. Second, prime costs definitely are growing up, because prime costs are a currency factor, and there are several factors that push prime costs up. As a consequence, the profit rate goes down. Then we have a beautiful story, and it's going to happen. What Ivan Fedikov said, consolidation based on technological production. But these are kind of objective processes where government definitely should not intervene how the market is going to consolidate. What are the interesting points that I've heard now? And because I'm not really from food retail, what are the interesting things for me? Dmitry mentioned very interesting thing. It's kind of an open call. He said that, you know, colleagues, we are parts of the same product chain, we have some in the middle distributors, we have a producer, we have retail chain, and within the past 15 years, as a result of general technological changes, the entire structure in the product chain has changed. Because today, retailers know about their consumers more than producers know about their particular consumers. So a request from the side of producers, relatively it would be pretty interesting to see what's happening in the non-food sector. In non-food sector, everything is pretty interesting. If we do not take some unbelievable technological products and we take something which falls under light industry, whatever we put on, whatever we like, whatever we dress, the main innovation driver are the retail chains. We do not have some super duper manufacturers here, but a general global trend is as follows. Only those retail chains which build up collaboration, not just with primary producers, but those that bring together the entire product chain, from raw materials to processing to those who are gonna fabricate the end product, representatives of retail. If all of them are brought together, we try to work across the entire chain and cut down the costs along the entire chain, and a pretty smart representatives of retail do such work. It is there. In terms of information, yes, today we do not have a clear legislative framework which would clearly specify who has access to what kind of information within this product chain. There is a concept of commercial secret, and this concept must be synchronized with the concept as to how information should move along the product chain. Now, if we look at the title of our session, the state plan of the 21st century, interesting and good question, by the way. What I would say, on the one hand, retail chain, like all other big producers, we plan our productions. We can't do things without it. We have to plan production, we have to plan sales, and we undertake those risks. And there are two ways. When we have some risk in our product chains, there are two ways how to cut down on those risks. First way is everybody, the entire chain, sit down and discuss how to reduce the risk, because the profit rates, standard profit, are different at different segments. So we together have to discuss what to do. When we have such a hypothetical table with representatives of food industry or non-food industry, and if the state is involved, in my opinion, nothing going to happen, because this is not the state function. Representatives of the authorities, they should not understand in super details how this product chain is built up. Food products or light industry products, whatever, they do not need to know all the details. That is why, in my opinion, whatever can be done and whatever element that I mentioned are done. These are several items. It's been long saying that small and medium business should be provided access to cheap money. It's a very long issue. It was specified in the previous goals, and today we can state that the cooperation work on small business, to what extent it is successful, we cannot say that everything is perfect, because the share of small business in Russia is, say, 3 times less than in the OECD countries. The second point where the state can focus, the infrastructure projects. 2 things can be affected. First, purely logistical infrastructure projects, so that the pure products can be moved around it at a higher speed and increasing turnover along the chain will definitely generate extra profits even when export prices remain unchanged. And the third thing, the infrastructure products today definitely should be concentrated in, a couple of years ago we introduced a new term, the government introduced, and the term is platform. So there should be actual platform solutions. And the reason is very simple. Russia is a big country. We have lots of pretty different regions. Regions have different shares of small, medium, big business, and so on and so forth. Moreover, those different regions, as all of us understand, they're not monoethnic at all. And that's why it's an absolutely wonderful combination. In each region, there are specific understanding as to what is correct, what is not correct, and this understanding can be slightly different. In my opinion, the platform infrastructure projects are the things that create the same vocabulary for the entire Russia, for all market participants. That's a single catalog, and the government should set the goal, and then the business itself will work out and develop this unified catalog. The associations of retail companies, the Ministry of Industry and Trade, Roskачество, and other market participants like Yandex Market, the operator of CRPT, Marking, they are all involved in this process. What else can be done by the state apart from the things that we've discussed? Two ideas that's been presented by the Ministry of Trade and Industry and included in the strategy for Russian retail development. Unfortunately, those two things have not been pushed through. We already mentioned there is a really serious issue with the population income. There was an idea of a special food product card for the populations at the low income. Very clear understanding this scheme exists in many countries around the world, nothing super smart required to be invented. You just take this pretty accurately and just do it. But it's on hold. Why? Maybe Sergei will try to revive it throughout the next meetings with representatives of the authorities. Second, there was a beautiful idea to shape the market of new type, food product markets of new type. Very good idea, normal idea. There are some examples in Moscow, such as the Usachov fair market. It became a really fashionable thing for meeting young people, having fun, even for the people younger than 40. Enormous number of different fast food outlets, very interesting, very unusual, high quality products, tasty, convenient, perfect. So, overall, I do believe that we have just one common problem, all of us. We pronounce lots of good things, we put lots of good things in different strategies, and then 5 years later, we sit down and write new strategies, instead of finish, at least partially, those good things that at some point crossed our mind. So I think today we really should concentrate on the things that we try to launch, like traceability, marking, catalogs, the card projects, and just make them really work so that in the long-term perspective we can provide really tangible assistance to the market. Thank you. I guess practically nobody gonna object. We have the ministry representative here and the audience kind of discussing what are the rates of implementing the ideas, but nobody is against the ideas. And several times the word quality, quality, quality was meant, and the state always appealed to the quality of sales, qualities of products, qualities of manufacturers, retail quality, and other type of trade. So we have a wonderful organization, Roskачество. Svetlana, can you please explain it to us? What does it mean, Roskачество? What is its functions? Is there any law that we have to comply with and do not go below certain quality standard, and there are some buyers who choose the goods, who choose the sales company that's going to produce it. So what's your mission and why do you need it?
Dear colleagues, Roskачество is a national quality institute approved according to the regulation of the Russian government in 2015. The goal of Roskачество is to research goods and products and to report on the results to the consumers. We've spoken a lot about the situation of the market today, and I would like to add some information from the point of view of the consumers. The matter is, today, how people react to the current situation. The self-consciousness is increasing. These are the data of the survey. 83% of the citizens pay attention to the period of the shelf life. 51% pays attention to the composition and the presence of certain ingredients. 37% of the Russian citizens look at the information on the manufacturer when buying a product. 76% of the citizens out of those buying in the shop do not trust in the information given on the label. There is a certain percent of mistrust. And there is a certain percent of the citizens who faced the violation of their rights. Mostly they spoke about the low quality of products. There is a problem of, there are certain challenges, certain discounts devaluate the trust in the products. Within such conditions, the demands of people towards quality is pretty high. And the survey conducted by Roskачество, and within the last 3 years, we have researched more than 4,000 different categories of the most demanded, or the mostly demanded goods. And if we conclude these results, this is the retail of high-quality products, and if we speak about the role of the state from the point of view of quality, the social mission of the state is to inform consumers about quality. Thank you very much. This was very informative. Everyone actually understood what Roskачество does, and it was important for the colleagues. Of course, there is a certain misunderstanding why we do that. And now we are coming to the second part of our discussion, new or not new formats of the trade. The very simple example. I go to a shop selling some products, mostly non-food products. I don't even register, but the system knows what shop I visit. And after that, I have lots of direct advertising related to both products and to the chains selling these products, either online or offline. This is not just informing of myself of where I can buy what. This is just informing myself as a consumer. I, Sergei Belikov, before I visited that shop, and Sergei Belikov, after I left this shop, these are two different people. I can get a consumer, a buyer of this shop later, and this is the influence of information technologies on me, not negatively, but just as a fact of the existence of these technologies. And this is the new profile for both manufacturers, for the whole infrastructure, and for the trade. And it requires some discussion on if we need to regulate this or not. If we are ready to agree to this situation that every citizen is a kind of victim of such an aggressive policy. We have two great speakers, but first of all, I would like to give the floor to the two leaders of this market. Sergei Lebedev, the PR director. Alibaba is the famous market leader. Sergei, what do you think about this situation? Have there been any changes of their reality? And is there any place for the traditional formats in future, and what can we expect in the near future, and how should the state react to that, or should it just respond to that? Thank you very much. Thank you for announcing us as the leader of the market. We are the market leader in China. In Russia, we are not. We are just in the very beginning. But for 1 year or 1.5 years, we have been there. As to the trends, where we are going? We are going to the future. We are living in the 21st century, and I would not like us to stay in the 20th century. I don't think that traditional formats will die out, because lots of consumers do not trust in the information on the label, and lots of consumers do not trust in the information from the internet. If we compare the Chinese and the Russian markets, in Russia, as you know, in the TV advertising, there is much more trust towards the TV advertising. In China, it doesn't actually work. Everyone has trust in news. The Russian market is just in the very beginning. It cannot even be compared to the Chinese market. If we speak about the Chinese market, it is 1.3 trillion dollars. The Russian market is just slightly higher than 3 billion rubles. E-commerce has penetrated the traditional retail. In Russia, it is approximately 4%. In China, it is approximately 17%. In Europe, it is like 7-8%. In Korea, it is more than 25%. This is just completely different consumer behavior. In our country, people are now starting to get accustomed to online sales because it is convenient and it is cheaper. Secondly, more than 20 million Russians are extremely poor. Everything which is sold in the internet is cheaper, but not necessarily low quality. This is a big issue, a big question. No respectable online platform would risk losing their consumers. There is a very severe audit. If we speak about Alibaba, 230,000 shops were closed in Alibaba. This is comparable to the real shops, to the offline shops in Moscow, which were closed by the internal audit. In Russia, the share of purchase from the mobile devices is increasing. In China, nearly everything happens by means of a mobile phone. What else is good, is positive? More and more people buy and have trust in online payments, respectively to prepayment online. The transparency of this market is considerably higher. To conclude, I would like to agree to Jerry, speaking that online commerce is a small segment, but of a big sector, and this is oriented at small and medium companies. Alibaba in China is 60% of the market, and these are all small and medium companies, the contribution of which is 60% into the domestic product. In Russia, it is now at the rate of 20%. This is the figure. Thank you very much, Sergey. Now, please, Artyom, the same question. One more market leader. I would like to add Sergey's presentation. E-commerce is 1 trillion rubles, but for you to understand, this is 20% growth, annual growth of e-commerce. Every year we are growing by 20%. And within this situation, I would like our legislation to keep up with the contemporary situation, to really keep up with the situation, so that they would be our partners in the development of this system of e-commerce. Currently, with the example of Yandex Market, we are developing 3 large platform solutions. This is the whole ecosystem, Yandex Market, by means of which 26,000 online shops function out of 45,000. and we, respectively, this platform. Well, daily, 3 million of unique users visit this platform, and we give opportunities to small and medium business and also to the consumers, not necessarily in large cities, but in the remote regions, to get accustomed, to get informed about the products and to get a high-quality service and high-quality products. The second large ecosystem is the project Beru.ru. This is a marketplace where 160,000 SKU are represented. Our first logistics centers were opened in Rostov region, and this center can hold lots of places, and we are not that restricted as our offline partners. 500,000 users visit this platform, and here again there are no restrictions as to the shelf size, and we offer our opportunities to nearly all suppliers. Not everyone should have an online shop. Every manufacturer can come to us and advertise his offers with us. We would like that the legislation initiatives in terms of the protection of consumer rights, on legalization of the remote sales of alcohol and medicine. This would be really gigantic drivers for the development of the online sales. And this would be also very positive for the food sector. In this situation, we are not competitors with our colleagues, but we are just partners because we are complementing each other and we can develop our joint projects. Thank you very much. And to conclude, speaking about e-commerce, and Artyom Sokolov will now speak about the global markets. Artyom, please be quick so that our participants could be able to get to the plenary session. Yes, maximally short, as short as possible. I would like to demonstrate some slides. Yes, the Russian e-commerce market is developing greatly, and within the last few years we see that the annual growth tempo is approximately 20-25%. I think this year the figure will be trillion, 400 billions. Now we are calculating the results. Internet is one of the mostly competitive environments. We should understand that this is a certain channel without any borders. We can order any product which will be delivered from every corner of the globe, and it will be delivered within 2-3 days. There are no problems to do that. Just pay $100 and you will get your product very soon. If we look at the situation globally, what the situation looks like, there are two business models of online trade: a classical model and a trans-border model. When we buy products from such platforms as Alibaba, Amazon, and many others, but at the same time, nevertheless, we have different conditions of work. If we buy something from the Russian online shop, it should pay certain fees, VAT, it should provide guarantees, it should have official importers, it should certify its products, it should observe the legislation in terms of the property rights. And the cross-border model, on the other hand, does not require any costs of this type. If your products do not cost more than 500 euros, from the point of view of business, this is the most efficient model, because the margin here can be considerably higher than as compared to the local retail. If we look at the tax load on the Russian companies and the foreign companies, the figures are pretty exciting. For the whole Russian online trade, there is 217 million rubles. If we speak about the foreign trade, it is just slightly more than zero.
And what happening here that effectively the task for self-employed is approximately 50 times higher than the burden upon the largest global sites. So what I'd like to say, wrapping up this meeting, I think in the internet everything is wonderful, no issues at all. It's a high technology sector, ongoing development, and it's gonna continue to grow. But these global misbalances, we really should do something, because otherwise we're gonna see not the Russian companies here, but the companies with offices in different countries of the world, but totally controlling our market. Thank you so much. It's very upsetting that we have to cut our sessions, but you know, the plenary sessions is now starting. And the point is we have to regulate based on the goals that the regulators like to achieve. If we would like to create conditions for promoted products, then please develop and establish good conditions for manufacturers and retail and create additional opportunities, like the example with tax burden and the conditions for the growth of national champions. We think that the
billions of funds, but no one still has any idea about what is One Belt, One Road. In the end of April this year, there will be the second forum. President Putin will visit that, and the other heads of the states will be present there. So we will try to make this discussion as definite as possible, because here we have representatives of completely different industries, completely different state authorities of different countries. And we will try to play with the situation of the Silk Road under different corners, angles. And we will try to see what this Chinese project can offer to Russian business structures, to the European companies, and how can we participate in this project to make it as profitable for us as possible. There are lots of us here. We are 10 people. 2 are missing. So I'll start. I'm kindly asking you to keep to the schedule and devoting 5 minutes to each of the presentation. I will interrupt you roughly enough so that to give the others an opportunity to speak as well. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Chen Jimin, Deputy Prime Minister of the province Heilongjiang, having borders with the far eastern regions of Russia. China was the country which initiated this initiative. How do you see the opportunities of cooperation between China and the European Union at the regional level, thanks to the opportunities of this project? Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, good afternoon. I am very happy to be here, to be present at this Krasnoyarsk Economic Forum. First of all, in the name of the government of Heilongjiang province of China, I would like to thank the administration and the governor of Krasnoyarsk territory and the corresponding authorities of the executive power of this region for lots of work on for organizing this event. And I would like to thank every participant of this event. China and Russia are large bordering states and countries which are related, which have long relationships of both strategic and partnership relations. Recently, by means of the support of the world, of the leaders of our states and the cooperation of the two countries, we see a very powerful trend towards their development in different areas, which is always increasing the cooperation of the interests of our two countries. We have achieved important results in the realization of the project. One road, one belt, one road. Heilongjiang province is in the center of the northern Eastern Asia. It has borders with Russia and has a very vast territory. Recently, we are actively using our geographical advantage. We participate in the realization of the project One Belt, One Road, and the construction of economic corridor China, Mongolia, Russia. We have established trade and economic relations with more than 200 countries and regions. We support trade and economic relations with 58 countries who participate in the project One Belt, One Road. In 2018, the external turnover of goods of our province was $174.77 billion, with a growth of more than 36%, including the goods turnover with Russia, which was $122.06 billion, more than 64% increase, and comprised 69.8% in comparison to the previous year. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, by means of the project One Belt, One Road, with the support of the huge area and huge opportunities for cooperation within the limits of the economic corridor China, Mongolia, Russia, Heilongjiang province will continue to expand the potential of cooperation with Russia. Thanks to that, I would like to suggest the following cooperation opportunities. First of all, we should intensify the construction of trans-border transportation corridor to give a powerful impulse to the development of state strategies of China and Russia. Heilongjiang province implements the results achieved in China, in Russia. And we take an active part in the creation of the economic corridor China, Mongolia, Russia. We are speeding up the process of construction of trans-border transportation corridors of China and Russia. The railway bridge over the Amur River, close to the settlement of Nizhny Leninsk, the highway bridge over the Amur River close to the city of Blagoveshchensk, due to what we have achieved positive results. Krasnoyarsk territory is an international city on the Trans-Siberian Railway. It has a well-developed transportation network. To develop one region, we need, first of all, to construct roads, because only good roads can contribute to uninterrupted transportation of people and goods. In the Chinese language, we have a proverb: if you want to be rich, you must build roads. Apart from the well-developed transportation infrastructure in Krasnoyarsk region, two trans-border bridges between China and Russia over the river Amur, we will construct and put into operation all the other, many other infrastructure objects. This creates a good basis for the development of cooperation, for stimulation of trade relationships, and for simplification of the trading procedures. Heilongjiang province is ready, together with the other regions of the Russian Federation, including Krasnoyarsk area. Thank you very much. A lot has been said, what we can discuss. Let's try to compare the pictures, the images, from the point of view of the Russian Federation. Now, please, the representative of Tuva, Mr. Shalban Karaul. Yes, really, my region, the region I represent, is a border territory. We have 1,300 roads uniting us with Mongolia. Some wise person said, if you want to be rich, you should build roads. And for us to be developed, to be rich, to be able to speak about economics, we have to build roads. And here we should speak not only about trans-border roads, but about the well-developed roads in the Siberian region. Together with my colleagues from Kemerovo region, from Khakassia, we have signed the agreement according to which the road between Novosibirsk region and Khakassia and Tuva is considerably shorter, 300 kilometers shorter. Now our goal and ambition is to connect the Chuya road with our Yenisei region territory, and in this case we will just have to make 70 kilometers to be able to access the international customs settlement of Tashanta. And if we speak about the Yenisei, Siberia, we should mention that this project is living. It has a certain really huge potential. We have investors who have special certain interest towards it, but we have to unite it so that the state interest would coincide with what the companies, the representatives of business also desire. And here it is very important for Tuva Republic to open the roads, the doors we have. And we have, first of all, coal. We have more than 20 billion tons of coal. My neighbor here, well, he has left, but anyway, the Chinese Republic imports lots of coal of this type. We have. And we have an enormous reserve of the coal of this type. And when we speak about the railroad between Kyzyl and Kuragina, and we are now at the second stage of the development of this road, we imply that its capacity will be something like 30 million tons a year. China imports more than 700 million tons of this coal, and the profitability of this road is obvious. We just now have to have enough power so that to find the financing, the best possible financing, and to start building this road. I guess we will start this construction this year, and for Yenisei, Siberia, it will be a real access to serious demands, to serious markets. If we speak about the highways, again, between Khakassia and Tuva, we have one road which makes the access to Mongolia, including Mongolia, from the last name of my colleague who should have been here, who should be here, who would represent Mongolia. He would confirm that today Mongolia is especially interested in Russian products, put special interest in that, and now they have lots of interest in Russia, and we have the border with Mongolia, so we can use all the opportunities not to miss our partners and our friends who are friendly towards us. And that is why we need to build these roads, giving us direct access. For Krasnoyarsk territory, the road Abaza-Ardaurak makes the travel more than 1,000 kilometers shorter, and this is very good for the entrepreneurs who would like to bring their products directly to China. And from us, it is only 400 kilometers. So here, with the president, I had a meeting with the president of Mongolia, and he is especially interested in that. More than that, Mongolian partners are really great because they started to make hard surface of the road between Mongolia and China, and we were not fast enough. The Russian government in 2006, the decision was taken to arrange one of the customs points in Tuva, but it has not yet been implemented. I don't know who is responsible for this, but still, this has not been yet implemented. Yesterday, I was at the session at the government, and Dmitry Anatolyevich, I guess, has supported that this is stupid, and I think that starting from this year, we will try to work on that more actively. So I guess for the Chinese entrepreneurs, it will be easier to deliver their products over this customs point and through Mongolia, so that I am in favor of construction of the roads. And of course, we have common interests here. Thank you very much, Mr. Karol. I think that one of the subjects and topics discussed in Russia, this is not only trans-border logistics and construction of trans-border infrastructure in the Far East and in the Eastern Siberia, but also transit between Asia and Europe, transit from Asia to Europe. Now, Mr. Alexander Isurin from FESCO Group. What does it look like? And the second question, very often we hear that the development of the continental logistics over Kazakhstan and the south of Russia, railways, including railways and highways, would kill this transit potential of Transip. What do you think about that? Thank you. Dear colleagues, good afternoon.
Let me comment about transit. The transit here can be divided into short transit. That's the Heilongjiang province, international transport corridor, the Far East region through the marine ports on the Far East or to the south of China. So it's extended domestic carriage or the export carriage. In the general terms, transit means shipments from China via railroad through border crossings on land and then to Europe. So the Silk Road, it's not just one road, that's a whole totality of different transport corridors. On the one hand, they compete between each other. On the other hand, they add each other because choosing a particular transport corridor depends on the cargo origin. If we say the northwest of China, it means it gets closer to Kazakhstan and it's reaching Trans-Siberian Railway via Kazakhstan. If we talk about northeast of China, it means after the areas to the east of Baikal or Minister of Transport for Mongolia would give us a hint via Mongolia. And I'd like to point out here that transit from China increased in the past year by up to 35% and up to 50% via Kazakhstan, dropped down by 20% through the Baikal region and 10% through Mongolia. The main reason is insufficient infrastructure, and we lack infrastructure both live in China and also on the exit from Russia. So it's the second element. So I can't say that the Silk Road, it's not going to kill it, because in a way, Silk Road, it means by itself the transit potential. It's a huge one. The foreign trade of China in container equivalent, it's by dozens of times higher than what today is shipped via land route. And I would especially like to point out that the different transit that we are now looking at, and the Russian railways work towards it. The presidential order emphasizes it. We're talking about the transit from Japan through marine ports in the Far East. The principal difference from China is that the type of transport we don't change. In Korea and Japan, they put containers on ship, and then it's moved through the Suez Channel to Europe, and then it's changed. The type of transport goes by land. Here, we suggest the opposite way, so we put it on the vessels, then it's unloaded in the port of Vladivostok, and then it goes to Europe.
Хотел бы сказать, транзитный потенциал.
Summing up, I'd like to say that the transit potential of Russia is enormous. The flow of cargo to Asia from Europe and vice versa that we are able to attract thanks to the speed and the quality of service is unlimited. What we lack infrastructure, we lack transparent operations and electronic document flow, which would be legally acceptable. I would also say that we miss promotion of these products on the market where our customers are: China, Japan, Korea, and Europe. It's totally pointless to promote these products in Russia because, as we say, the freight basis is not in Russia. Thank you. Thank you so much. And then a very quick question to Nagonov. Yesterday the EU and China signed a framework agreement about economic and trade cooperation. Some of the issues covered by it do not concern tariff reductions, but it's the barriers such as electronic documentary flow. You as a transporter or your customers as a consignors, have you felt certain positive effect, or you still have to further work on this? Yes, we do feel the effect, but we do need to work further on. In Primorye 1, we have one of the operators in this corridor, Primorye 1, and at the local level a decision is made that export declarations are drawn up in the electronic form, or transit declarations if we're talking about Chinese cargo. The second point is that the customs of the two countries, not completely, but within this corridor, they accept and recognize the control procedures of each other. So if China have inspected the goods, then Russia would accept the results of customs check. There is no repeated checks. So on the one hand, we have some positive movements and changes. On the other hand, we have to do a lot. Together with Russian Railways, we have a project on sending the so-called electronic train. It means that no single document for cargo transportation should be on paper. Here, it means from Japan through Vladivostok via Trans-Siberian Railway to Europe. So every single document should be in the electronic form. And we expect the pilot launching by the end of this year. Thank you so much. Now, Stanislav Naumov, General Director of the Eurasian Center for Integration Research and Communications. If now we move to the Western Front, where China borders with Kazakhstan, and then further to Russia, here there is a huge potential for transit and what can be built on this transit, in particular for the regional transportation. In European, what can be done further to improve the dynamics? I'd like to draw attention of everybody present to the map. Today, during the plenary session, it was very convincingly shown what opportunities the Eurasian Economic Union member states have to further develop the project. What we lack at the moment, it's a human dimension of the project for the economic belt of the Silk Road and conjunctions with the Eurasian economic project. Here we turn to the experience of the European Union. At the certain stage of its development, the EU understand that they have to use the potential of inner boundaries within the European Union. These are not the walls, these are additional opportunities for further communications. So here it was possible to combine the near border potential of the leaders of the European Union, but it also enabled the countries with the lower rates of economic development to take advantage of this effect. We look at the project we call Gumilov territory, and it's combined the economic potential of 6 regions, 2 regions of the Russian Federations, and on the previous map you saw the movements towards Kurgan, towards Orenburg, and a number of other opportunities, and there are also 3 regions of Kazakhstan, and their potentials also can be engaged. What is important to do here, and I'd like to follow the previous speakers, that's combining transport potential. We can argue for a long time where we're going to build a high-speed transport road, but it's absolutely clear that the road traffic should be developed first of all, particularly with driver-free transportation. That would considerably change the concept of transportation. And taking into account here possible investment traps, we need to have the movement between the near-border agglomeration. We have to combine the energy market. We should be fast time tariff setting and unified access to infrastructure, unified communication policy, and financial instrument. And then for China is the main driver of the One Belt, One Road project. We're not going to involve the regions separately like Orenburg, Chelyabinsk. They're going to be a hub. And I'd like to emphasize once again, it's not just the locations where you put some kind of road or an energy transmission line. These are the places where people live. Highly skilled Eurasian people live here. And they are needed as not just a labor force, but as a subject interested in Eurasian integration. Wonderful. Here on this map, I can see a piece of the Eurasian Union, which perhaps is the most interesting in terms of correlation with the One Belt One Road project. This is Armenian enclave. It's a part of the Eurasian Economic Union. On the other hand, Armenia does not have any land borders with the Eurasian Economic Union. So now let's listen to Vardan Taganyan, the plenipotentiary ambassador of Armenia in Russia. So in your opinion, what is here the potential, the conjunction between Armenia and the Eurasian Economic Union? Thank you so much. Of course, unfortunately, in comparison with Tiva, we do not have borders with the European Union or with Eurasian Union or with China, but we are actively involved in the Eurasian Union, nevertheless. And this year we even chair the Union. We do understand how enormously important this choice is for us, joining the Eurasian Economic Union. In the past few years, we have been observing a very important effect in terms of intensifying our commercial and trading links with the countries member of the Eurasian Economic Union. First of all, with Russia for a lot of goods and services. It shows a growth last year, 47%. And of course, when our country is under blockade and all our communications, the railway, the motor road have been blocked for more than 30 years by our neighbors. So this possibility of conjunction between two big economic projects or unions, the Eurasian Union, the Chinese Union or project, are essential for us because the goals of those projects, the strategic goal of them is to open the opportunities for developing all regions of the big Eurasia, opening new communications and logistics routes, which will facilitate for us both access to the global capital market, because, it's difficult to attract funds when the country is blocked, like Armenia. On the other hand, it will open a possibility to make our goods cheaper. They cost much less in Armenia, but when they reach in Russia or Kazakhstan, they're becoming much more expensive. So a priori, they are competitive, but since communications are blocked, they are not competitive any longer. In terms of conjunction of the two projects, last year we signed the comprehensive agreement with China in Astana, and for the first time in the history of the Eurasian Union, it is signed with all member states of the Union on the one hand and with China on the other. We think that in perspective, expanding the boundaries of the Silk Road will enable every country to be actively involved in particular projects, the economy for which we have possibilities. Historically, based on our geography, Armenia has always been on the crossroad of the Great Silk Road. And even in modern Armenia, you can find historic monuments, cultural artifacts from the time of the historic Silk Road. It just shows that we really are in the middle of these historical trends. To what extent we can move closer in economic terms, it's a little bit difficult to say yet. Some of the projects, in terms of their transportation and logistics, there are some issues. We know that there is a project for trilateral cooperation, Russia, China, Kazakhstan. That's the project which is called Trans-Eurasian Container. And this project of our colleagues is also of interest for us when Chinese goods move through Kazakhstan and Russia to Europe. And I think here that, it's difficult when these economies existed for years in a particular patterns. It's a little bit difficult to turn them around. It takes time and efforts, but I think that the first stage for us, for the countries of the Eurasian Economic Union, should be removing barriers and restrictions that exist and all countries working on this, developing common energy market, I think after this it would be easy for us to move to the second stage and work on the projects with Chinese belt. Thank you so much. Sergei Lebedev, you're responsible for relations with the authorities in Alibaba.com, and it's a representative of Chinese. So now you are responsible for the whole China. So look, some time ago, one of the people who last year was responsible for these connections, he was joking that, you know, this free trade zone with China, we shouldn't even form it because we have such a zone, and it's zone called Alibaba. Everything works. There is no need to sign anything. Of course, there was a joke from his side, but please tell us, do you feel any benefits, any advantages signed by the union last year with China, and what do you still lack to develop your platform, the platform that is so attractive to many Russian users and not many Russian competitors, I think, like, yeah? I'm Sergei Lebedev, represent Alibaba Russia. Yes, an agreement was signed. Honestly, I don't want to offend anybody, but I can't say that we do feel an effect, any advantages of this agreement. Moreover, I feel that from the Russian point, it's not even crystallized yet. Russia doesn't understand yet what they want to get from this agreement. That the Eurasian Economic Union doesn't fully understand what they want to get. Last year, another agreement was signed on cooperation in the field of electronic commerce. Still looks like both parties are kind of watching a little bit and testing each other. And our mission here, I think, is to help the authorities of both countries, including the Eurasian Economic Union, to understand how this cooperation can be established and how electronic commerce in particular can fit this line. In my opinion, everything that relates to Belt and Road really fits nicely, whatever is connected with electronic commerce. Why? You know, we leave here out some contradiction within the Common Customs Union, but what already was mentioned today, the transit potential of Russia is not used at all to its full scale. So what does it mean, electronic commerce, how it can be helpful? In China, the bond warehouses and zones work perfectly. Practically all Chinese importers use it, and European exporters as well. In Russia, for some reason, unfortunately, this practice is not applicable. It is, however, used in Kazakhstan, and on the border with China, there is a free economic zone, Arbos, and in Russia it also can be used. Certainly, there are somebody who are against this. Some people say that it will kill totally Russian industry, that Russian will be overwhelmed with Chinese good. But let me tell you, it's not China that is killing Russian industry. You know, it's some kind of for the discretionary element that the Russian industry lacks. But what it can be a certain aerodrome for raising up export to Europe in our case. To this purpose, we just need to amend a little bit our legislation, nothing complicated. Moreover, the bonded warehouses fit nicely the situation with special economic zones. Very good example. Look at the Russian light industry. It's 80% dependent on raw material export. If production is organized in a free economic zones and the bounded warehouse, raw materials is brought in there, the importer do not pay any custom duties, so basically they have more free turnover funds, they produce the goods, and then from these zones the good can go for export, so they're no burden with any domestic taxes. If the producer wants to sell it on a domestic market, yes, they would have to pay the import duty. Very often, we are accused of using bonded warehouses in some other countries, like in Latvia. Yes, that's right. We have around 10%. 10% of our goods flow goes to Latvia, and from there it goes to Russia. Why does it happen? For a very simple reason, not enough capacities. That would bring it all to Russia. That's the first reason. The second one, there is no possibility. When we have B2B cargo, we can deconsolidate it to B2C. So basically, the goods goes to Latvia, like B2B, and then Latvian Post delivers it through Russian Post to Russian consumers. So the bonded warehouses, that's basically modern B2B2C. So the B2B cargoes comes, then it's deconsolidation, and then goes further on. The same can happen with the duties. There is no need to pay the duties for the entire cargo on the warehouses. It can be kept there for around 4 years without paying custom duty. But after we have deconsolidations, then they can be the fixed rate per one sending to a particular customer. What it gives to us, first, transparency, second, considerable cost reductions for administering the entire B2C flow, and the third one, and I repeat it again and again, it engages the transit potential and it expands re-export possibilities for Russia. That is why, moving back to your question, Alexander, as to what the agreement gave us, everything now turns around this particular problem, and perhaps we, with your help, should promote these ideas and effectively prepare the grounds for this. Thank you so much. Now let's try to raise up a little bit over the industries and see in general what One Belt, One Road gives to us, to the business of the Russian Federation, first of all, and the union partner.
Vice President of the Business Russia, you are doing this once a week, twice a week, constantly, always, all the time. From the business side, is there any aggregated request to you as to one of the most influential business associations? What does the Russian business want from the Silk Road? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Of course, the Russian business understands and realizes the whole urgency of this project. We understand that integration into the global project of this scale gives the Russian business the opportunity to participate in the global trade chains, and it helps the country in general to develop improve some infrastructure, everything related to some corridors. But I should say that currently lots of countries use this very actively, and they have certain action plans, roadmaps as to how they would integrate into this schedule. I would like to support Sergei. There are several processes, some of them initiated by the business, and as the representative of the Business Russia, I would like to emphasize that recently we've signed the agreement with the Business Alliance of BRICS, and we are one of the founders of that, and now we should integrate the business communities of our countries into this initiative. We've attracted thousands of entrepreneurs. We've formulated thousands of business offers as to how we should represent our country in this project, what interests our country has. We participated in summits in Korea, Istanbul and China, and also at the level of the government there are some very serious initiatives, and there are two parallel lines. One represented by the business, and the business works according to its own scheme, and it understands the whole scope of this scale. And at the same time, there are two-sided government initiatives, and the business does not participate in that. And what is the most essential problem? I think there is no consolidation here. There is not a single regulating structure or authority which would coordinate these relationships, where business would satisfy the interests of the entrepreneurs, where we would support the interests of the Russian entrepreneurs, and so that we could understand clearly what Russia wants here in this project. And I'll repeat, lots of countries participate in this project, unlike us, and they have more definite goals aimed at their vision of participation in this project. So I would like to unite our efforts so that our result would be visible to everyone. Thank you. And how do you see, what do you think, who should coordinate this project, these activities? Is it the government or is it the business? And recently it was Igor Shuvalov. He was representing Russia in the European Union as well, and at the macro level it was him who did all the jobs. And again, do you want to restore the similar structure related to going back to Mr. Siluanov, or what do you want to do? This should be, I guess, this decision should be taken at the level of the government, but there should be also so-called state-private partnership. This is the known formulation, and I think the state could delegate some of the actions and activities to some responsible people who would unite all the participants of the process in one place, because the government has other things to do. Yes, of course, Anton Germanovich has something to do. This is interesting because very frequently, and in the past, we heard frequently that there is national and European Union level, and the different committees have certain goals, and we were moving in circles, but we do not find any common solutions, any joint solutions. And again, at the same time, it's business and the state authorities. Well, now let us consider some small case. Irina, please. One case represented by Irina Pisarevskaya. Good afternoon. I represent two branches of the government. I represent Investment Development Group. Is a Swedish company with 3 offices in Russia. It is investment consulting company, and we deal with technology transfer, with creation of something new in Russia, with what Russia is still missing: new industries, new production, new branches. And 4 years ago, the government of the city of Moscow invited us to participate in NKK Holding, belonging to Moscow, to deliver natural stone to the Moscow metro. Now, Moscow is building more than 140 metro stations, and it needs lots of natural stone. And when we entered this industry, and it was the time when Mr. Lushkov was the mayor of Moscow. The holding has lots of licenses, and when we came with the count that the investments started in the beginning of 2000, the infrastructure was completely outdated. Our goal was to accumulate everything which was still functioning, because the holding has licenses on mining. This is the most important thing it possesses. Also in Khakassia Republic, which is close to Tuva and Altai territory, one of the largest marble pits. During 4 years, we were leading our activities. We increased the profits, the incomes and the profits. We let the company out of bankruptcy into the incomes, and further we analyzed how this industry functions and what the cooperation with China looks like. You know that Russian manufacturers cannot satisfy the demand of even one city of Moscow, the demand for stone, because the pits need lots of capital investments and the companies do not have them, and there is no financial structure. The structure of cooperation between the Urals, Khakassia, Krasnoyarsk territory and Altai is completely without any coordination, and we as the company, we thought of what we can do. Of course, in the beginning, we restored what was possible to be restored, but we saw that it was not enough, and we made the program of cooperation between the regions. Our idea was to create the cluster of stone mining, and yes, you were asking about the requests, and this is one of the requests, and we should create some infrastructure of relations also with the other countries, and also transfer of technologies from the Chinese companies. For 3 years, we did not visit the Chinese expositions because it was not interesting for us to deliver stone to China. Deeper integration was interesting for us. We are able to deliver this marble from Sayan region, which is unique for the world. But at the same time, we worked with the Russian institutions, helping our industry, the foundation of the industrial development and the foundation of mono cities development. Sayanogorsk, for example, these are the so-called mono cities. And we created the structure allowing an investor to pay back the investments and to get the $6 billion business on the basis of our structure. We worked with the small mines and pits. There are lots of small pits, and we understood that it is possible to create an interregional cluster together with Chinese companies. On the 8th of March, there was an expo in Xiamen. We spoke to the largest Chinese companies, and they showed us that they are interested not only in the deliveries of stones, but we also invited them to participate in joint companies. And the first issue which arose, what will the delivery look like? The companies, Chinese companies, the labor capacity is 3 times higher in comparison with our companies. What does Moscow get? Stable product, savings, and China gets beautiful stone, which can be processed here and delivered to Europe, to Egypt, and to America. The logistic corridors are not just necessary, but they would get absolutely new flow of goods, and this is what the Russian government still does not see. We, as business, as a company, would like and want to explain this to the government, because it is the construction of transportation infrastructure, and this is, I can say for sure, this is a new industry, and this is the new regulation of the gross product. Yeah, completely unexpected synergies with China. A Swedish company, this is very interesting, Swedish company cooperating with the government of the city of Moscow. Let us not forget, One Belt, One Road is everything which is successful, and everything which is not successful is not One Belt, One Road. These are bad Chinese investments. Anyway, there is a certain investment track in this project. As far as I remember, from 2015, when the agreement was signed, one of the factors was to simplify the trading procedures, and the second factor was joint investment projects. And Shuvalov's committee was working on that, and the European Committee was working on that. Up to now, as far as I know, not much has been done, and Oleg Remyga now who is in charge of the Chinese practice at Skolkovo Institute. Where do the Chinese invest in Russia and the European Union? What industries are these and why? Thank you, Alexander. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. Yes, the Skolkovo Business School is one of the cases which within 2 years created the new business with the Chinese clients. For the last 2 years, we are growing twofold each year, and we have even more ambitious plans, but the essence is something different. We believe, and me, having the financial background, we believe that the Chinese, especially the Asian Chinese, if they have a certain interest, then the best voice is, of course, money, euro and yuan, and the industries which are the most interesting for the Chinese partners are the most important ones. Please, could you please switch on my presentation? We decided to launch a very ambitious project because we see that there are lots of Chinese partners here in Russia, and they have lots of interest in the Russian market, and we tried to analyze how much Chinese funds have been accumulated in the Russian economy. We took the period between 2011 and 2017, and it was the period when One Belt, One Road was announced. We took the official figures from the information of the central bank. It was the period when the Chinese invested $16 billion. This is the official statistics, but we thought it was not too much, and we saw several large projects where we saw the Chinese money, and we didn't just see them, we also got them onto the bank accounts. So we analyzed everything, all the projects announced in China during the same period by the Chinese in Russia, and we analyzed what happened to those projects, and we saw if the money really arrived or it was just announced but nothing happened. Our analysts were working for practically a year. The report will be published in May this year. These are completely new figures, not yet announced. And we had the figure $35.5 billion. This is nearly twice as much as the official statistics of the central bank. And why? It's very simple. A Chinese investor also loves offshore areas. Hong Kong, Cyprus, and areas like that. Here is my presentation. Could you please switch on the next slide? Yes. It turned out that the Chinese money, that there is much more Chinese money in the Russian economy, twice as much and even more. And after we saw that database, we were thinking where this money was invested into. And here there was nothing new. 49% was invested into the energy sector, 17% was invested into the agriculture, and I would like to draw your attention. Logistics, transportation, infrastructure are not present here, and this is very important, a very important discovery. We speak a lot about the necessity of investments into logistics and infrastructure, but up to now the Chinese money vote for the other industries, and this is a fact. We looked at the area of high-tech and innovations, less than 1%. Unfortunately, if we look at the actual picture, the Chinese money is not invested into logistics and transport, and very, very little money into innovations. The first project announced after the project One Belt, One Road, Moscow, Kazan, Beijing, we are not yet there. The project was described, calculated, but the project is still at the same point. And when we look at this database, also analyzing the database for Russia, we decided to see what is happening in Eurasia. The picture is pretty interesting. Here, China invested into 220 projects for the whole amount of $160 billion, but a great part of these funds were invested into Russia and Kazakhstan, and here, nothing new again, power sector. And here we see infrastructure. We see that the Chinese invest into these countries, but not into Russian infrastructure. The Chinese money is invested into Kazakhstan and the other countries. And this discovery is pretty important for us. This is a bad discovery, but this is a fact. We see what is happening in real life. This is money. This is the voice, the vote of the Chinese. And very quick analysis, I just have 5 minutes. What I wanted to add is that the Chinese announced that there are five industries especially interesting for them in terms of investments: infrastructure, power, culture, education. And here, Skolkovo Business School gets a lot, and we see it looking at the number of the Chinese customers. This is high tech and innovations, and the fifth position is financial sector. This is what is expressed by the Chinese experts at the events within the limits of One Belt, One Road. And when we speak to our Chinese colleagues, and we represent applied business education. This is not just theory, but also access to the markets, meetings with the companies. They ask us, what is in Russia? What is there in Russia? What can we see in Russia? Me, as someone who was working with the Chinese, I can answer in the Chinese language, but I liked what one expert from China said. He said that in reality, we in China look at the global economy in the following way. There are just 3 areas where the global companies are not yet present, and this is where we should participate. This is the space. The space has not yet been divided. The space is getting commercialized, and this is also interesting for Chinese companies and investors. This is ocean. The sea and the ocean has not yet been divided, and everyone knows how much interest the Chinese have in the Northern Ocean Way. And the third area is digital technologies. The market is changing very fast, and the Chinese are entering this market. Our economy is just at the very beginning. Within the limits of the global economy, we are hardly visible. And the Chinese interest is really visible. There are lots of startups financed after the incubation at Skolkovo Business School. And these projects get financing from China. To conclude my speech, I would like to say that now we are discussing the project One Belt, One Road, and there is Eurasia. But when we speak to the investors, it is important to remember one simple thing. The whole world is open to China. Despite trade wars, the whole world is open to the Chinese. When you speak to the Chinese, our competitors represent the whole world, so you have to be the best. And the argument, the idea that the Russian and the Chinese are brothers is no longer urgent. I would like to comment on the infrastructure projects. There are several foundations ready to invest into the infrastructure. And the most important idea, please give us normal projects. Transparent, there should be some room for the Chinese business, either in manufacturing or in business or somewhere else. If you want something quick, but we do not understand this project, so you have to spend time with us. We have to get to know you better, and in this case, we can work together. So this is just a recommendation. Thank you. The question is, the Chinese do not want to participate in that, or is it the Russian government which has its own ideas why the Chinese should not be given granted everywhere? If you read the news about the meeting yesterday between Moscow and Kazan, and this was something we were expecting, and it was the only project mentioned in the first roadmap within the limits of this project presented in March 2014. And this was the only project which was not mentioned, but I guess the Russian government said no, and as far as I know the subject of the negotiations, there were certain reasons to say no, and the Chinese companies do not want to be just contractors, and we agree to that, but they want to get guaranteed income. And it looks like in the cartoon, and well, you build, and you also want to buy the state bond, and you get some income from that. This is pretty ambitious, and the Russian government, which has lots of reserves and can actually build everything on its own, and it can build a lot on its own, and it can say no. It can be the reason to say no. Dear colleagues, I would like to go deeper into the discussion, but now our time is up, so we can discuss it later tomorrow. Thank you very much, and now let's thank our speakers. session. Despite not all participants are here, but anyway, the main speakers we were hoping to have as the first participants are here. Let me introduce all the people here at the table. Lyubov Kiri. Lyubov Kiri, Deputy Chief of the from Rospatent. Mikhail Khomych, representative of Udmurtia Republic and the President of the Russian Federation. Now, Svetlana Volodina, Deputy Head of Roskачество. Andrei Shubin, Executive Director of the Association of the Small and Medium Business, and Nona Karmaganyan from the All-Russian Association Business Russia. Later we may have Dmitry Volkov, Deputy Minister of Construction and Communal Services, but up to now it is not yet clear if he is here. We are starting to discuss one of the most pressing issues, which is now causing lots of fear from the side of the external observers and from the side of the Russian business. These are the companies facing the competition represented by the state sector, and not in all cases this competition is related to the fact that the state companies are more efficient and competitive. If we speak about international level, in the past I gave a report on the potential of the productiveness level, and it was the time when Russia, if compared to the other countries, Russia was one of the countries with the highest level of employees in the state sector of economy. Now the situation is the same. Even formally, the assessment of the state sector comprises 30%, which is considerably higher than in the other countries. The research several conducted research show
compare the level of productivity either in different sectors or by the economy in general. So one of them, as far as I remember, recently was carried out by one of the specialists from Russian Economic School, as far as I remember. It showed that in private companies in Russia, productivity is 30% higher than in public companies, state-run companies, even with adjustment, but all other different factors like different working conditions, etc., etc. Also, there are some issues with competition and fair competition, because state-run companies on the one hand are protected and subsidized very often. On the other hand, they very often enjoy obvious advantages to the access to administrative resource, which plays a pretty significant role in Russian business. Also, there is a new issue, the law on public social procurement and transition of companies to the social procurement. It presumes that private sector involved in social services, so the population should be put in the equal conditions with the state-run establishments and organizations involved in the same operation. That's why there is a hope to improve significantly the quality of services and expand their accessibility and maybe decrease the price. There is a small nuance, however, that for every Every state-run company in the social sector has the fixed asset that were formed by the state, and they are being replenished and renewed with public funds that are not included in the cost of procurement. What to do in this case with the private sector? How they can replenish their fixed assets? They can't do it through public resources. How they can earn money in terms of offering social services when the standard costs do not include amortization and investment in fixed assets. Very often it is a serious expenditure items, for example in medicine. So there are lots of issues in this field. Today we will not be able to sort out all those issues, but a good point is that here in this forum we brought together very competent speakers with diverse stories and fields of operations, and that will allow them to highlight different aspects of the issue. So first of all, I'm now going to ask Lyubov Kiri to discuss specific of services in the field of registering intellectual property. Good afternoon, dear friends. First of all, you know what? I'm a little bit upset because only twice I've heard today the word intellectual in the speeches of our top officials and invited experts. It means that intellectual property is still underestimated in Russia, but this is a wonderful tool for economic development, national economy, regional economy, the economy of a particular company. So let's learn how to use particular tools that we have in order to give an extra incentives for developing national, regional, or enterprise economy. So what it is necessary for efficient development of intellectual property? It should be created, it should be registered, particularly with Rospatent. Protection documents should be obtained, and then throughout the validity period of legal protection, intellectual property should be used efficiently for its own benefit and for the benefit of the national economy as well as the global technological progress. Why? Because with invention you contribute to technological progress. But the first goals of inventors is to employ the intellectual potential for additional income from using the results of intellectual activities that they can form. The system that we have in Russia, the system is in place, it exists. What is very important, it should be mastered, it should be used efficiently. Rospatent is one of the elements within the system of intellectual property. Not all objects of intellectual property should be registered in order to get legal protection. The most important around them are the invention, useful model, industrial prototypes, trademarks. All of them should be registered in order to create legal protection for the period of exclusive right validity, and also for the purposes of generating additional needs. Rospatent definitely is oriented towards customers. Recently, the entire set of activities of the authorities concern government services. Rospatent offers 26 services, both for objects and for right assignment and transfer, whether it's concerned licenses or selling patents or trademarks. So these should be registered, and the data should be published to inform the society about any significant movements in intellectual property rights. Dear colleagues, is my presentation ready?
Не будет. Очень жаль. Но хотелось...
Too bad, there'll be no presentation.
Интересными. Прежде всего,
Now let me illustrate any interesting points here. First of all, due to our activity, the efforts of Rospatent, particular in mass media and in the government, we have been able to raise intellectual property issues to the level of the main agenda of our government. We say that intellectual property should be developed and certain targets should be reached within the time frame of its implementation up to 2024. One of the most important tasks for the government, in our opinion, is to shape comfortable environment for the applicants in order to obtain legal protection and exercise intellectual rights. One of the elements is to reduce the time frame for the procedure in Rospatent for registering trademarks and issuing patents. In the past 3 years, our performance has improved considerably. To obtain a patent today, it will take 8.5 months, in contrast to 10 months and more, up to 3 years. And in order to register a trademark, we need just 7.5 months, in contrast to 12 months a couple of years ago. And we were able to achieve it without any significant additional funds. Our performance improved through streamlining in-house resources, better organization of in-house processes, and informatization. The latter is very important because digital technologies free resources, including expert resources. It saves time, and it helps us to reduce our time spent for these particular tasks. Also, we advanced significantly in developing our electronic resources, which is a sign of creating more comfortable conditions for business. We aspire for the business to more actively employ our capabilities and file application in the electronic form. There is a single portal of government services, and all applications for intellectual property can be filed there. We have Rospatent, the Federal Institute of Industrial Property. They have created very convenient services to file applications, and it's also the work in coordination with external information resources from where we download applicants. What benefits does it give to the applicants? First of all, the government gives some advantages, some benefits. It's 30% less than the government duties when you file an application online. So please be more active online. What is the benefits for Rospatent? We straight away are able to get electronic file. We download them in our electronic system, and then we're able to process them without any extra time spent. And even the duties you can pay before you file an application, so you don't need to wait until we notify you about the charges. So this helps us to minimize the procedure time frame. Of course, it cannot go to nothing. Some of the objects require expert examinations, which means our experts have to follow certain procedures. We do not have tons of experts, only around 1,000. We have, say, 100 experts on trademarks, so every expert must consider 50 applications per month, arrive to a reasonable opinion, having performed an informational search, evaluating tons of requirements, whether the trademark comply to the norms of the law and some other requirements. There are also experts on some other objects, such as useful models, industrial prototypes, we were able to achieve the following. More than 70 applications for trademarks are filed electronically. For inventions, unfortunately, we haven't reached 40% yet. Nevertheless, we work in this area, and we ask all of you to employ our electronic resources more actively. So our achievements in the digital area are quite considerable. We hope that by the end of fulfilling the digital economy national program, where Rospatent participates with its digital projects, we will be able to fully employ our capabilities and maybe eliminate some formal expertise on paper. For some of them, we will be able to do it totally online. We also have a hope that there will be a special computer program which can be performed within just a few days. Also, at the moment, the time limit is 2 months. Using the Brazil experience, for instance, Brazil Patent Office registers such application in 5 days. So this is a good example for us. Under the Digital Economy Program, we also plan to develop an open platform for informational search on intellectual property items. Today, we do not have enough resources to offer open access to everybody, to informational resources. At the moment, such access we are able to grant to particular companies and organizations. But what is also important, to every region where we create a center for support of technologies and innovations. In Krasnoyarsk, such a center exists on the basis of the Center for Standardizations and Metrology. And they're happy to receive any applicant, to provide free of charge the possibility to search across the informational database, which will allow them to get information about the technological level of a particular invention and what are the prospects for getting the patent. Everything is free of charge, but only in the center. As a result of the Digital Economy Project, we will be able to provide such access to informational resources to anybody who wishes to do it. I also want to advertise today our project. It's a joint project with Yandex. So right now, you can go into Yandex, and there, along with the news and videos, you can see a special section that says patent, and there is a search engine there. So using the keywords, you can find patents registered in the State Register of Inventions. This way, you can get a good picture of what are the achievements, what are the technologies in a particular field. So we're very satisfied to inform that thanks to this, we expanded the audience that can get access to our resources, and hope it will also boost Yandex popularity even more, although of course everybody now in Russia knows Yandex. We are also transforming our in-house resources, our documentary operations. We can now publish information in the real-time mode about the registered objects, and in the future we intend to abandon patent certificates on paper. They will be issued at the modern level in the electronic form. Such information will be published online, and the patent holders of trademark certificates will be able to print these documents in any print centers to confirm their rights. We also use artificial intelligence methods in our search agents. Here we collaborate with such blockchain as IP chain, where we upload information, enabling to exchange or to sign smart contracts using information from our state registers. All these directions will be further developed along with the rolling on the Digital Economy National Program. So that's all what I was able to inform you about during these 5 minutes. Thank you so much, Lyubov. I know that I'm asking you a difficult question, but it's an interesting question in terms of our discussion. Public sector, we're talking about the commercial part of the public sector. Very often there are complaints that this sector is not that active in terms of patent activity, using the intellectual property rights, etc. Do you have this kind of a feeling that in the state sector is not that active approaching you in comparison with private companies? Of course, that's not just a feeling. You know, we have statistics and we do some research in this field, because one of the areas of Rospatent work is to control efficient spending of budgetary funds for research and development. So under this frame, we get information as to how many results of intellectual activity are generating in each project, each research project, how many of them are put on balance, how many of them are used later. Frankly speaking, the picture is pretty sad. I'm not going to give you the exact figures at the moment, but in the annual reports of Rospatent, you can find all these figures, and we don't see a really good trend. In this context, we undertake serious efforts to improve R&D efficiency. Pretty serious steps include, for example, the following one. There should be obligations in the governmental contracts on generating results of intellectual activities, preliminary patent research to evaluate whether this research area is efficient, and also formalizing the rights, obtaining patents, reporting on these indicators. We do expect that the government customers who allocate and then spend the budgetary funds will understand the importance to verify all these indicators at their level, and will be able to reach the point that our researchers who get budgetary funds work more efficiently and really generate results that reach certain technology levels, and then these results will be ready to be used in the economy. Because if you, without registration, the patent forum, it is simply impossible. Thank you so much. Now we are moving to another aspect, efficiency of public sector. This is a well-known issue of improving productivity. And Mikhail Khomych, from what I understand, going to talk about public administration. It is a very interesting topic. It's been neglected for quite a long time. Thank you so much to everybody for listening. Good evening. You know, I just mentioned, and that's for you, I'm saying, intellectual, smart government. First of all, it should be efficient. It sounds very benign. But when we talk about labor productivity in terms of the government, you know, there can't be a special report about it. But may I limit myself to 5 steps that we're guided by in Udmurtia, trying to make our government, as it seems to us, more efficient. First, learning how to be productive. We as a regions joined labor productivity program, and I'm always surprised why we need to force people, we need to force business to look into labor productivity. Because it's obvious. What does it mean, labor productivity? It means you increase your proceeds, you increase your profit, you decrease the number of employees, yet we still have to do it. But who are we, the government official, to teach somebody how to be productive in terms of labor? We are the most productive. So the first thing that we decided, that we need to ourselves, we need to learn how to become productive. In our region, you know what, if I ask you, what does it mean Udmurtia? I guess maximum what you'll remember, Kalashnikov Center. This is one of the leaders in terms of labor productivity. You come to this plant and you think that you are somewhere in the pharmacy, and the workers can explain what's the difference between Kanban and Pokayoki. You know what? That's probably started at the Nobel Prize. I remember how they explained to us in the Nobel museums that his workers were walking around the streets wearing white gloves. So that's what Nobel did. He picked up a very rundown enterprise and make it fantastic. So Kalashnikov concert teaches us what does mean agile, how to work with sprints. And some minister said, what's happening, what's going on? And I myself was among them. But then I realized if you want to work with manufacturers, you need to learn yourself what to do. So that's a must for our officials. Everybody have to pass training. Next, decreasing the distance. You know, in Russia, power can be something sacred. The distance between regional authorities and ordinary people from the street is colossal. We have decided that we have to remove this distance. Dear colleagues, maybe you know that Udmurtia is one of the most open regions. So what should be done to maximum reduce the distance? Social media. You know, easy said, and not that easy done. We have VKontakte, social media. Say, I'm not responsible for the roads, and then I receive a message like, you know, there is a big hole on the road. There is also Instagram, and it's not just social media, but it's a way to solve some issues. Например, last year, one investor came to the region via Instagram. But, you know, all messages can be sorted out. They reach all ministries, the ministries then report, and then inside the ministry they also develop communications by particular themes. That is the statistics. So that's understandable. That's understandable how to do it. And if it's possible to give some recommendations, then, you know, to build up good team, so social networks, it's possible. The global statistics, you know, if you complain about someone or something through the media, for instance, taxi didn't work properly. If you didn't get a response within 15 minutes, then you believe it's a bad service. You're not respected. So the first step is to respond very quickly. How to answer within 15 minutes? You need to say at least, thank you so much. Your message received and is in work. So then after this, distributed via specialized ministries and units. Next step, tuning how to work in social media. The third, outsourcing. So whatever functions are not necessary for the government should be given out. For instance, procurement, different executive bodies should combine procurement within the same system. And that was hard work because there was some resistance and they were trying to explain to us that we are unique in this particular body, in this particular authority, we're very unique, we cannot combine this. This is all nonsense. And there is millions of savings simply because the procurement is integrated. Next, a little bit unusual practice. We now have HR in the government. Until recently, nobody concerned about it. Every ministry picked up its team by itself. Now, we have a professional person, just one person. He has his own team. He works, he collects the application, then he finds the team, and it saves lots of money. So that's the third step, outsourcing. Fourth, communications within the government. I don't know whether you do know this or not, but a paper can travel a lot around from one department to another. You know, yeah, it's very nice how to counter this when there is a strong leader, but there might be situations. So the modern means of communications, for instance, WhatsApp chat, where all ministers are involved, it's very simple. So 5 minutes, you have WhatsApp chat, every ministry there, and it accelerates decision-making radically. Next, control over order execution. It does exist in all regions, but you know, you look in your smartphones, and you have special application of tasks. So maybe at this level, but it's possible to control. The task is given, the task is fulfilled. So you do not give any paper. You can look electronically. What is the status of a particular task? So that's the fourth step. You need to streamline communication within the government. Deformalize it to the maximum. And the fifth and the last step, the from the outside. You know, we don't like that much when somebody comes and tries to teach us. Because every region believes we are unique. We rejected this. Our approach is, you know, if you believe you are the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. So right now, we brought 2 delegations of the leaders of Russia to us. The attitude was different. For example, God knows who is coming. Now we need to wait lots of time, jumping around them. We have our own work to do. But in fact, those 2 delegations did a mini revolution in our economy. Now we're changing completely our microfinancing foundations. We reconsidered our attitude to the weapons works in Ijevsk simply because people came with a fresh look. So now there are tons of opportunity when people come for free and they share advice, they share their opinions. So on a regular basis, you need to put yourself so that there is a glance on you from the outside. So this story was not that formal. The first step was, once again, let me repeat, the first step, regular training. You want to be productive, you want to teach somebody, you need to learn yourself. Second step, cut down the distance between the authorities and the population, constant communications. Number 3, outsourcing, unifying whatever you can you find. Our unified HR system, it's a real breakthrough. Number 4, streamlining communications within the government, chat. And the 5th, on a regular basis, you need to be exposed to the outside so you have an honest view on yourself from the outside and you need to absorb some good ideas. Thank you, Mikhail. Really, really interesting. Mikhail, this experience is pretty interesting, pretty important. In particular, you do the things that are stemming from your own experience, your original experience, how to improve the work of the government officials. However, if we move back to the commercial sector, I understand the Ijevsk plant is very advanced, but there are some plants where, honestly, the situation is very backward. And definitely there should be some companies like this in Udmurtia. So what should be the tasks? What should be the difference between improving productivity within the government officials and what should be done in business? Now, the government, led by Maxim Oreshkin and Pyotr Zaselsky, they launched the entire program for improving labor productivity. Colossal resources are there for training the staff. So the starting point should be that with the understanding that you're not the smartest one, you need to learn. And there are lots of different ways for improving productivity. The bad methods would be to fire lots of people. The good things would be to increase the numerator. So you need to go for export, you need to search for the new sales channels. You can say I have very good product, but I don't know how to promote it. That's very important. The third things what we do is mentorship system. It might sound too philosophical, but it's a very particular tool. 2 years ago, when I became vice premier of the regions, until that, I was not vice prime minister in any region. Maybe it's a bad news, but it happened. So the first thing that I did, Yandex search, and I found colleagues who worked on the same, successful on the same positions, but in different regions. So I asked them to talk to me once in 6 months, and I still do this. It's a colossal schools. It doesn't mean that you say, I do everything what you just told me. That's an experience that you learn. The same in business. We have a company that exports to New Zealand from Udmurtia. Can you imagine? Good costumes for gymnasts. We not just tell them, you're fine. Good guy. What they said, now you have to become a mentor for 3 companies. You're going to start working with these companies. And that's a real breakthrough, this mentorship. That's exactly the way to improve the revenue, find new sales channels, and increase labor productivity. Let me reiterate, decreasing productivity through denominator, it's not our way. Our way is to increase sales and to grow up the numerator. Our next speaker will be Svetlana Volodina, Deputy Head of Roskачество.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I suggest looking at the subject of our discussion from the point of view of the quality management system. One of the goals of Roskачество is to work with the governmental award in the area of the quality management, which is now more than several decades old. And recently Roskачество has started to work with that. It looks like some companies should participate in this award who have a good quality management system, who now want to be recognized at the state level. But this award is also a free tool for everyone who would like to have a luxurious audit of their system according to several management criteria, and to get maybe not an award but recommendations from the experts. Now I will tell you in detail about the award. The model of the award is oriented at the global trends, and criteria and methods of assessment are in harmony with Global Excellence Award. For companies, it has a certain orientation method as to how to look at quality management. The model includes 10 criteria, incorporating company activities, human resources, process, product and services, results for the staff, results for the society, key results. These criteria are universal and are applicable to the quality management of every company. Each criterion is assessed in scores, and it has a certain weight characterizing the quality management of the company. The criteria are divided into two groups. This is what the company does to achieve its goals and what approaches and methods it applies, and the results, what results the company achieves using its opportunities. Participation in the contest includes the analysis of the corporate activities, looking as self-assessment, and represented by the expert committee, consisting of 3 to 5 experts in relation to the size of the production. If the company successfully underwent the first stage, the award is given to those. The award is given by Dmitry Medvedev personally, and I selected the examples for Udmurtia, for example. For the whole period of the existence of the award, 33 applications. We have we are now at Krasnoyarsk Economic Forum. Well, anyway, Chepetsk Mechanical Factory was the laureate of this award twice. A Krasnoyarsk region applied. So, and there are 2 laureates of the award. It's a metallurgical company. For everyone, their parameters are the same. And I'm asking everyone who would like to modernize the quality management system to participate in this contest. Svetlana, thank you. Have you or has anyone tried to track the activities of these laureates, of these winners? Have they really used these innovations, all those innovations? And is it not the case that these quality management standards are get formalized and not really applied? We have the data for the financial results and figures. We have this information, and we know that all the implemented quality management processes allowed the companies to get the cumulative effect in the amount of 6 billion rubles. Economically speaking, it is of course profitable. Your winners, is it about your winners or about everyone? Our winners. And how many winners did you have for the whole period? For the whole history of our existence, there were more than 2,000 companies from 73 regions and more than 200 companies, enterprises were the winners. Is it much or not? 6 billion for 20 years, is it much or not? Hard to say, but the subject of our discussion is how to make the state sector productive. And now mostly Western companies apply for the award, and we have something to do. Thank you, and I wish you success in this development. And, well, now, Andrei Shubin, please, could you please start your speech? Good afternoon. Well, we have such an interesting discussion right now. I would like to speak about efficiency, technologies, about a very cynical approach of the entrepreneurs as to the interaction with the authorities. As we are the Association of Small and Medium Business, we deal with the questions of small and medium business, and I asked to execute a presentation including the number of sites and including the certain figures, and what I got, only 8 governmental work groups, federal executive bodies include 9 more work groups. This is what concerns small business, and there are also expert team groups for the models, for each of the goals, for corporation, for state purchase, and as a rule, these are the same people. Sometimes we have really interesting stories and cases. At 10 o'clock in the morning, we sit in the government. After that, we go to the Agency of Strategic Initiatives, and in the evening, we are in the Ministry of Economics. Is it efficient or not? I think this is not efficient at all, because, well, I think we are losing efficiency, and there is no single body who would be able to speak about everything. Well, everyone says that we should reduce this and reduce that, save this and that. And now we have the meeting in the ministry, and it means that, for example, in the morning, that on Friday we get lots of papers which will be examined by the government of the Russian Federation within 2 weeks. They bring these papers to me. I have to scan all the papers, or I should request the scans of these documents. I should send them to the experts. I should send them to the regional leaders. We should read everything, all those papers and documents. We should find all discrepancies. We should prepare the presentation of our vice president, and then we should send them on Monday morning. We should send him to present the results. Well, and it shows that from the point of view of the administration, we lose lots of time in vain. And basically, we have 4 federal forums in Sochi, in St. Petersburg, in Krasnoyarsk, and in the Far East. But how do we understand the results of this forum, apart from the signed agreements for this or that amount of rubles? After each of the sessions, basically, we come here, we spend time, we try to persuade the authorities, including the authorities, to influence the situation somehow. Each session should finish with definite conclusions and projects of good, considerable changes, and we should introduce the system of monitoring of such changes. And now I have requested the table of such requests, and I have asked to show how many of these requests were accomplished and how many were not accomplished. This is a huge table, and there is a very interesting model of accomplishing the requests. There will be no solution if there is no standard procedure. Now I have more than 120 pages of including the requests, and this is from 2015. what does it speak about? We are speaking about efficiency right now. We are discussing outsourcing. Outsourcing is a great subject. What is outsourcing? Delegating certain state functions, maybe not typical state functions, to the business. And now there is a question. For 5 years, within 5 years, we have been thinking about the question of
поручения
state and municipal administrative bodies
по МУПам
and unitary enterprises. Not in all areas. I agree. I do agree. In some areas, and we have discussed that with the governor, of course, we cannot destroy everything. But in some areas, there is a certain scheme as how to eliminate the small business from this sector. Still in the State Duma, it is being discussed. And recently, this draft was examined, but this is the direct question which influences small and medium business. Or, for example, the subject of purchases. Basically, there are some standards, standard laws and legislative basis. Of course, a lot is being done. And a lot is being requested from us. In some areas we are successful, and some we are not. But what do we get? On the one hand, the state says we need efficiency. On the other hand, it says the business should pay taxes. And then the company participates in the contest, in the tender, and the main criterion is the price. And the one who offers the lowest price is the winner. But is he or she, is it efficient? Of course not. We are just stimulating the so-called gray business to participate in these contracts. But this is not really efficient. With the corresponding bodies, we are discussing this situation. We are ready to be transparent, but each time when the key customer gives his price, and every time there are companies who want to be transparent, but there is a tax service which says that the tax law should be this and that, and the contracts are not monitored. And of course, those who want to be transparent start to lose money. And this is a story which shows that we do not have the proper system up to now, especially from the point of view of cooperating with the federal structures. In the regions, Mikhail mentioned that, of course, everyone should be transparent. It functions, but at the governmental level, it does not function. Thank you. Andrei, actually, you have answered the question already, which I wanted to ask. I wanted to ask how is the situation with the contracts for the small and medium business. Yes, if you ask about that, a lot is being done. State business, Rosatom says, well, of course, we respect you, but we cannot deal with the small business. But there are lots of stories and cases. The main subject is quality and certification. If we reduce the costs of the small business for certification to have the unified system, then we will be successful. If we will enlarge the batches and the lots, we will start the ball going. With the example of Vologda region. In Vologda region, they have conducted lots of work, working with Severstal and Rosagra, and they were persuaded to purchase even the smallest things within the region. And in a year, they've conducted the research. The vice president of Severstal says that we reduced logistics, will reduce the logistic costs, and we saved several millions rubles per year. So these tools do operate, but you should be able to work within the region, and you should trust into the small business. So this is good not only for the small business, but also for the large business. Yes, of course, this private business, but it is big business. Yes, there are perspectives, but this should be just worked. This should be finished. Speaking about non-typical functions, Let's take a pool, for example, swimming pool. There are trainers, teachers, students, but there is also the accounting department. Why do they need the accounting department? This is just a very unified function. Now there are online services, and one of the projects is to send the accounting service for outsourcing, because we can save lots of money. We just hire one company and we save on the whole department. And this is a very interesting example with Vologda region. Thank you. And Dmitry Volkov is not here. And now we have the last speaker, please.
Dear colleagues, I'd like to continue what Andrei has just said, because today's discussion seems a little bit provocative. And in this context, we really want a sincere conversation. First of all, we understand clearly that the public sector today is absolutely inefficient. There are lots of recipes and models for achieving efficiency, and all these models have been discussed repeatedly at different platforms. Regarding business, efficiency means they can be heard. The iron is systemic dialogue with the authorities. There is a possibility to understand that nobody abstracts their work. Multiple barriers are not raised up with every new draft law. Of course, there are some changes today, positive changes. As our colleagues mentioned, that business is being integrated in the management system today, and that we are able to put forward our opinions under the frame of developing national strategy and national priority projects. Today, very serious efforts are being undertaken by the 6 groups and subgroups of the state councils, the groups that the governments, governors of the regions chair. So possibilities for integrations are there, but inefficiency is also there. Duplicating the function that we mentioned, absence of general coordinations and interactions to who is doing what. Very clearly, lots of ministries are following the same path. Returning to the recipes, and many reports and studies of you, Mikhail Dmitriev, we need to clarify the functionalities and the objectives of public institutions, because some of them should be delineated. Lots of arguments are put forward regarding KPI system. Perhaps we have to go back to the KPI system. Cutting down on excessive functions, and that's true. There are lots of such functions because our bureaucracy is absolutely outrageous today. And I guess business is now it's the main taxpayer who basically is pulling on its shoulders that enormous fleet of government officials. And of course there should be desire to change something in this system, otherwise we'll fail. Thank you so much. Please tell us. I understand that there are lots of problems associated with the government staff, these bureaucracies, but what can be the formats for cooperation between these small, medium businesses and the state? What kind of them have proved to be efficient in terms of efficiency of cooperations and mutual impact? The public-private partnership mechanisms are pretty efficient. Many tools that are being passed at the government level, like these peak systems, trilateral agreements for particular big and medium-sized infrastructure projects, is also an element of efficient interactions when the government provides some guarantees and business undertakes particular functions. So in reality, there are lots of different tools that we need to know how to use. And our long-standing issues, corruption, protectionism, if we speak openly, we can't do anything without sorting it out. And I guess psychology should be changed to make sure that efficiency is raising to a higher level, and it is there. Thank you so much, Nona. I guess all our speakers had a chance to present their opinions, but of course we didn't exhaust our discussion. It's endless. We just covered particular pieces of it. Maybe the audience, are there any questions from the audience, any comments? If not, I'd like to thank all participants of our discussions. And you know what interesting? We started a little bit late, but we finished right on time.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Спасибо.
It is nice being at the forum on competition, speaking about competition in power energy. The subject of our discussion is competitiveness, and we all know that competitiveness is the thing which moves the progress. There are different decisions and solutions. There is also state support, and this is not in vain. Everyone says that there where there is no competitiveness, everyone lives well enough, but sleeps well enough, but this is not enough. We can speak about competitiveness in power energy. We always have to find a balance between fair competitiveness and state measures, and it is not always clear where we are going. I always think that we are going in the direction of competitiveness, and this is what I would like to ask the participants of this round table to discuss. Why I think that we do not have enough competitiveness in our industry, because there are such segments which are competitive enough. Apart from R&D, everything is sold at free prices, competitive prices, but the price is set by the government of the Russian Federation, and it is determined by the direct line, by the line between 2 points, and these points are determined by the government. So I think this is the parameter which can be regulated. The next issue is competitive segment. This is the balancing market. We think it may seem obvious that it is easy to set prices, to determine prices, but let's look at the parameters of the free competitive market. These is represented by long-term agreements. It is less than 0.5%. And we are in the market. We are afraid of the notion of volatility. Volatility is something which everyone is scared of. In our market, there is no volatility. And it is easy to forecast the market. And of course, this is just no use to sign free agreements. But the relationships between the generator and consumer is the higher level of the relationships. We are competitors between each other, but we do not have that high level of competitiveness as competitiveness for consumers. The market signals we have did not lead to the fact that the market makes us turn to some serious investments. Let's look at how many investment solutions are taken at the decision of the government. This is, of course, a tender, a contest announced by the state. DPM-1. The tender this is from the neighboring hall, I guess. Anyway, I'll try to be louder than they are. Well, what is next? What other investment tools we have? We have tenders. We have tenders for generation. We have tenders for residues. We have all sorts of the known tools. These are the large state solutions and decisions. These are not market tools. Of course, there are some selection tools within them, but the main mechanism is arranged by the state. What do we have in the end? Our consumers start to move towards the state regulation from our free market. A good example is the transfer of the regions to the regulated rates. We know that there are now 9 regions using the regulated rates, and now the 10th region is coming, which is, of course, bad for our market. One more sign is enlargement of the state enterprises. If we take the competitive segment, then of course it is not a secret that even private owners try to render their assets. This is also evident in our market. Again, The retail sector is criticized a lot. We are going to speak about that as well. Is there any competition in the retail sector, and how large is it? There are lots of issues, of course, in this sector. And let's start our discussion. Now I would like to give the floor to Valery Seleznyov, the first deputy chairman of the State Duma on power energy. Valery Sergeyevich, I would like to ask you the following. Of all public sites, of all public places, the President has spoken a lot about that. We are aimed at the support of competitive tenders, but it is not a secret that there are lots of regions who would like to use the regulated contracts, and such decisions are taken regularly. Are they taken by means of the competitive tools, or do our legislative officials understand that? But all our state solutions are aimed at liquidation or reduction of cross-subsidizing. We may say that we are reducing that, but on the other hand, we are increasing that. What do you think about that? Good afternoon, dear participants of this round table. Well, we are having the round table in all meanings of this word. I was not sure. I'm not sure I heard your question, and not the question coming from the neighboring hall. Well, as speaking about the competitiveness, of course it is necessary, and everyone is sure of that, and I think everyone present here is convinced that competition is necessary. As to your question on regulated contracts, you know, of course, that we have adopted the draft which prohibits new regions to use regulated contracts, and those 9 regions which now use these contracts, such contracts, there is a certain date, and there should be also the second stage of this procedure and the third, and these 9 regions will have to stop using such contracts. Of course, every region wants to improve their economic situation. They want to improve their costs, and of course we are explaining all the facts. We speak with the regions who want to lobby that and who want to participate in this special schedule, this special method. For example, Baikal region, now the rate is 4.5 rubles, and the neighboring region has the rate of 6 rubles. And why should we hear about your problems, which will be solved at the cost of the other market participants? And you are right, saying that the more participants leave, the more load the other participants would have. Yeah, we can also speak about the other issues, of course. You were right to say that we have lots of problems in the market. These are some regional issues. This is the issues of Crimea and Kaliningrad, and these are the issues with Ria and some other aspects. These are the loads coming from the residue issue, and maybe here now, sitting here now, we can find some solution concerning these loads, because we understand that some of these loads are social and political. And we understand that in many cases, this is the state which takes the corresponding decision. But here, the decision was taken in a pretty special way through the wholesale market, and it was the violation of all the possible competition models. Currently, we see that the process is reverse. The consumer participates in this process politically and socially, and this is something which the government should be in charge of. But the second part of the issue, of the question, this is what the consumer is interested in and the market is interested in. Speaking about the capacities the consumer needs at the cost which is satisfactory for the market. This is the first component, and of course we understand that the representatives of the energy sector would not say no, that when we start to use alternative fuel and energy sources and renewable energy sources, you yourself will look at the factor of changing your orientation from traditional to new energy sources. My idea is to agree on the matter that out of 100% of the market, we take a certain percent of the market and we form the cluster, which includes everything, starting from R&D up to training, education, technologies, machine building, and we give the opportunities to new technologies in case they have some potential to enter this market. But as soon as they reach the price, a certain price level, they go to the free market. For example, the wind sector reaches the certain price level, it gets no more support, and it starts to act on the free market. And this is the tool, one of the tools of the competition. The same concerns waste processing. Of course, we need to work in this sector. Is it the parameter of this sector? Yes, if this residue is sorted out, if this waste is sorted out, and the organic section, organic portion of the waste is sorted out, if we adopt that, then of course the consumer would have the load which exceeds all possible social, economic development parameters. I would like to comment on, you are right to say that this is the load on the market. Why it happened? The market started to be perceived not as a place where the generator and consumer meet, but the place where the fees are collected. That is why it is possible to collect taxes, but why should we do that if the consumers pay for the services anyway? The consumers, what do the consumers want? They want energy, but they are told that we do not know that, well, apart from getting this and that, you will also have to pay for the waste recycling station. Consumers in Ivanovo region, in Vologda region, they buy it, but they don't really need it. But what do you think? If the market is different, somewhat different, the way it should be, then if the energy is sold at free prices, maybe the state would act in a certain way of support, and it would finance this project in this or that manner. This is a kind of rhetorical question, because history goes only one way. And if it could be like that, of course it would be perfect, but we have to try to reach that so that the proportion would shift to the non-market proportion. Now there are less than 40, approximately 40%, 37%. After the waste recycling decision is taken, it would be less and less. I think the market should not participate in that. You spoke about electrical energy, but do all players imagine this capacity? Can we look at the renewable energy sources as the capacity? How should we pay for that and how it should be financed? I think there should be some centralized idea and concept, and this centralized idea should be communicated to the state, and I guess the state is not ready to listen to this story. According to the forecast, it should be twice as much by 2024. It should be approximately 600, but I guess it would not be 600 because I think that it exceeds all possible forecasts. And if you come to the state, if you return to the state with the idea of trying to search for some direct support measures, but not starting from 50 or 30 or to 200, 300, which we need now, but $500 billion rubles, the state would object more and more. And it would be more and more pleasant and nice to have some guaranteed tax. And I think we should initiate this discussion right now, and we should discuss this issue actively. And I think what Chubais did, it was not in vain. Socially it was criticized, but anyway, it was not in vain, and we all understand that there is some truth in his ideas and in his assessments. We should either increase the prime cost of energy, or we should find some other budget concepts. These are the main functions of the market, to satisfy the demand. And the increase of the prime cost would lead to great systemic risks. If we increase the price, the consumers have no other variant as to try and build some other scheme. Each consumer increases the price for the next consumer, and at a certain point the system breaks down. And I would like to address Boris Ayuev, the operator of the centralized energy system associated with reliability and safety. Though the system operator is the one who was in the beginning of the system, because for many years we live thanks to these applications. Now we understand the generators and how they influence this sector. Now the system operator, for the consumers, it offers new goods, new products and services, and this is the demand administration. Boris, could you please tell us a bit about that? And do you believe that this service will be in high demand from the consumers? Because I can remember the time of Chubais, and the consumers of Mosenergosbyt were surveyed, were asked, and they were told that the price would be high and you would be limited. And the consumers started to say that, well, for example, I am the representative of Sheremetyevo Airport, and can you imagine that, well, the plane has to land, and but there is not enough light. And of course, try to imagine that there is not enough light along the roads in Moscow. What do you think? Alexandra, I think your first questions were at such a high level at your introductory message. I wanted to mention that the personality of the speaker is frequently determines the circle of participants. The personality of our moderator has accumulated all of us, and we are of course happy to have Alexandra as the moderator who invited us to come here. And it is thanks to her that I'm here. So I think that the question which was asked now, it is such a sectoral question. Anyway, I would suggest to speak about your questions. They are wider than this segment of the demand administration in the retail sector. Anyway, I will dwell on it, but I think it is a narrow question. I will dwell on it, of course, but I think that for those participants who wanted to share their opinions on the well-studied questions would be more interesting for them. 2 weeks ago, there was another regulation of the government, and not everyone even knows about that. Anyway, if you are here, then if you have already started to speak, maybe you would inform us about your vision on this matter. Yes, well, competition is important. Competition is important within certain limits. We have lived for a long time when the market was developing without any borders, without any certain limits. There are some rules, and there were no certain rules formulated for this sector, and it gave us lots of opportunities because there was a certain risk. It was such a risk which would lead to really serious consequences and to the assessment of such consequences. The discussion of competition would be useless, actually, if there matters, if something happened, but the government has coped with that because they have adopted the law. Now the government has the authorities to set the technological rules of energy systems, and there was a long discussion and the government adopted these rules. Now the market is protected because there is a good rule stating the limits of the competition in this area. So from my point of view, here the market has a good basis, a good ground, and it can realize its freedom. One more question. Is this system centralized or decentralized? We are used to living within a centralized system, and it is hard to imagine the decentralized system. But what do you think of the future of this system? Not of tomorrow, and not even of the day after tomorrow, but in 15, 20 years. Will it be centralized or decentralized? Well, any idea, to start promoting any idea, you have to put the slogan. And one of the slogans is certain decentralization of the system, but there are still no signs of decentralization, of the decentralization. There are some elements of the energy system, but after the renewable sources of energy appeared, solar energy and wind energy, they are also within the system, but they have increased the demands to the administration, and they have increased the complexity of the regulation. But some visible changes can happen only after we have accumulators. Now everyone is working on accumulators, but now there are no signs and no reason to say that there are accumulators. Everyone speaks about great success, and of course there is certain success, but these steps are actually impossible to use without any special state support, without certain research programs. But for consumers, who work on implementing the investment projects in petrochemical industry or agriculture, the prices which result from using of such renewable energy sources are not applicable. And up to now, the power system, the energy system will be centralized with integrated elements, local sources functioning as parts of the energy system, because it gives lots of advantages to the participants of the sector. And when the representatives of the oil sector come to the remote places, they try to implement, to integrate everything into the centralized system. This is, well, we have to make the accumulators cheaper. And a special matter which surprises me is that we don't pay attention to the such an efficient accumulator as the water power generators. If we speak about the solar energy sources, in Europe there is the second cycle of hydroelectric accumulators, but we are discussing decentralized sources which from the professional point of view do not exist because they are just low capacity sources, just integrated into the system. But we do not discuss the opportunities for operation of such sources. Of course, we know about the experiments by Rosnano on mechanical accumulators, but these are experiments. And hydro accumulating stations are introduced every year in the world. Thank you very much. If we speak about hydro accumulating stations, we are asking Nikolai Shulginov to participate in the discussion. He has a rich experience with launching new markets, and he knows a lot about that. And he's the leader of one of the largest stations in our country. If we take Rosgidro, of course, and your other assets, you will be the largest company. And the question to you is, what competitive direction do you see? And always there is a question to Rosgidro. There are some non-price areas. Is it possible to implement competition in those areas? Why it doesn't happen, and in what cases it can happen?
Okay, let's start with our well-known theme, GAES. There is this meaning here. We understand what's happening. It is introduced not only in Europe, in the United States, in Japan, but unfortunately here, Paul Nikolai thinks it shouldn't be done. There is no point to fight with him, and he recognized these approaches to remove some burden from nuclear power station. But that's the question of education. And in the energy, this process was always in place. Training and then exam. You passed an exam, and then you're allowed to make the most important decisions. So we have to work on this. We are not going to forget it. We're going to work further on this. Now, regarding knowledge, I don't know who signed up for the round table, and it would be interesting to have a discussions with those whom I always hear express interesting opinions in some committees or some round tables. So it's either the flow of lack of knowledge or the flow of lies. Both are of concerns. And going back to the zones that you mentioned, we have 4 zones like this. One is in Kaliningrad, So why don't you try there? We have a normal competition there, no limits. So why not to try there how it can work? So why when we're talking about the Arkhangelsk node and Komi, so why market is not introduced there, competition? For very simple reason, because it's then increased to tariff growth. When we talk about the Far East, everybody take every opportunity to discuss it. And saying that it can be done in the Far East. My opinion is no, not today. If you think about directive changes of the subject, that can be done tomorrow. Distribute equipment, give something to Seleznyov, to Samirzanov, and they failed. They can be replaced, so it would seem that there is competition between people. Conditions should be created for competition, because the issues that are typical to Far East shows that half of generations work in a forced mode. Hydroelectric power plants work on different rules. Reserved are determined by system operator based on rules. The south of the Far East region has a shortage. There is nobody to compete with, so whoever comes will have a serious load of work. And there are 16 objects like this. The reserve should be calculated for each and every one. So what are we going to build up? What kind of competition? I do not understand. Honestly, I should fight for it. Well, you can announce it tomorrow if you want. Why? Because the thermal stations, we're going to file applications based on the real fuel costs, not on what is set for us. Okay, and then we're going to get the money from the market. So it means that the plants will work on the marginal issue, or the prices for the internet will double, and there can be issues. So the answer is there, and I'm going to give you part of it. The thing is that we have to push out this 1,000 megawatts, and on confirmation by a president, 1,000, it's really a hamper. And they, in the presidential environment, they try to prove it, they try to use different approaches. That's the reason why I say lie. This is wrong, something different should be done. And we've been doing it. So we put the system of ranking for applications. Now the defects are seen. So we connected the central district of Yakutia, and we saw that based on the applications, based on the tariffs on the Yakutia plant, we can see that market mechanisms are in place. On the 1st of March, together with the system operators, we introduced a new mechanism, and very soon we'll be able to see what's the effect. So that's a control sanction, inability to move away from the forced regime, and these signals have been on the market for a long time. We have to develop the East. These are not just signals, that's really like lanterns. So we can talk for a long time about it, that something should be introduced tomorrow. Whoever is the first one is the saver. But that should be developed in a smart way, technically correct. Use the experience how to launch the market. So I would ask everybody that there should be no populism. Don't say that the third zone is the savior for Russia, but we need to implement market relations. We need to find solutions for the bottlenecks. Remember when Korean came here and they looked at all this and they said, what are we going to do here? So I think that's what we should do. And also there is a little bit of a mix between the third zone and the competition. So talking about the third price zone, the price should be determined competitively. It is not determined under the current restrictions, and we do everything possible in order to somehow shift the problems, because nobody is developing the system. And finally, the estimate shows
На Востоке сегодня цена в неценовой зоне сопоставима.
in the Far East, the price in the non-price zones is comparable with the price zone. So maybe we should put things in order here. So please help us to solve the issue together with everybody, to evaluate correctly the system of development, the questions of parallel work with Siberia. That's what we should do, rather than just speak from the stands. Yeah, we see that there are issues not only in competitive segments, but also in the tariff regulations. Some investment segments are difficult. Regional developments are difficult. I think at the end, we give the mic to our regulators, they can comment. But now, Stepan Solzhenitsyn, let's ask him to participate in a discussion. At the moment, he's the head of a large generating company, so we do remember him. Since he worked in McKinsey, was responsible for energy, and he gave lots of advice, interesting, unorthodox point of views regarding the energy. So it's a big shift from the international segment where you analyze markets, international markets in Russia, and now you move at it like down-to-earth company where you have to sort out particular issues. So which international experience you consider to be the most interesting? What is the best things that we can borrow from the international experience? What is not adapted yet? When I was preparing for this event and I was looking at some experiences, that I've learned that in Brazil, in prisons, there are some special exercise machines in prisons in Brazil, and when the prisoners, say, go on a bike like this, they generate electric power, and the more power they generate, the bigger discount they can get and be released from prison earlier. Well, I just want to mention that a lot of things that is in the world we've already been able to implement. So very briefly.
У меня их буквально вот 3. Ну, моих бывших коллег из
I asked my former colleagues from McKinsey if Simplify, what is their opinion about the competition on the market? Of course, it's much more complex than on the slide, yet they showed us 3 types. Russia is close to the most competitive one. So it's when the vertical integration is there, and you can see that US is partly there. Some countries have competitions, but one player is much stronger than everybody else. So it's semi-competition in Russia. Despite some consolidation, the situation is closer to presence of equal competitors, with huge exceptions, of course. In our hydroelectric sector, only 2 companies, or maybe 3 companies are involved. Others are not allowed to. Of course, it's understandable that it's not very balanced. We didn't borrow the best world experience because the best world practices, the portfolios are balanced, of course. For instance, for the nuclear power stations, although it's a little bit more disputable. Very interesting things that happens in the world and that we do. After all tenders and auctions and everything else take part, the most important thing is that 95% of investments in the world are accompanied by agreement similar to DPN. It's an agreement that guarantees return on investments under certain conditions. when there are possibilities of fines, and etc., etc. But they don't have things like investments to the energy sectors on the basis of market expectations. They tried these schemes, it was there, it was tested, but after several rounds of bankruptcies, it was decided that this is not the things to play it around. So effectively now, all investments are done by certain guarantees. And our agreements fall under these descriptions. So what should be done here? A lot of things, good things we do, a lot of them we do not. Step by step. First, all the markups, programs, we do it, and then we come to the regulator and we ask, the regulator, please sort out the issue. Can consumers do it or not? And then consumers said that they are against. So please, what we need to do, of course there is a state budget, but we can do the same with the tariff budgets and make a little bit more responsible solutions, whether we are going to develop the energy and give, let's offer bits and pieces to everybody, to all segments, or we should put particular stakes on something, and that would lead to certain solutions. If, for instance, distributed generation is a fiction, it's basically just to pull in the blanket. Say it's not allowed, it's a little bit tougher than we do now, that's one thing. How much consumers were able to bear, we don't look at it that much. Also, if there's going to be a special competition for DPM, that's going to be the same, but the competitors will not be assigned. They compete by particular characteristics, and that's going to be the price, and that is a good step forward. We read in the newspapers that compete just by price without any quality evaluation means that there can be some disbalance towards very cheap, not very high quality evaluations. Other regions and countries arrived to a conclusion that human opinion, expert opinion is necessary when we talk about some scores or officials' decisions, that a particular program is of higher quality, more reliable, more innovative, more environmentally friendly. What is good with the price? That here it's possible to compete just as figures. So computer can decide. However, if there is quality competition, then people should decide. And we try to avoid this. We try to avoid some human factors. We are afraid that it's going to be wrong, that there will be a place for corruption, but it shouldn't be avoided. It's just that the officials or the market councils gonna make this solution, they should justify the decision, they should make it as transparent as possible. And the last thing, very often as a consultant I used to say it, very often we copy the results. We do not copy the essence, the most important part of the case. So we say, we are everybody. Why are we behind? And I'd like to remind here to everybody, especially to the consumers, that there are three fundamental solutions because of which Russia doesn't look like any other country. Expensive money, cheap fuel, and district heating supply, or centralized supplies. There are some rare markets, like in northern China. It's also centralized supplies, but fuel there is more expensive and money there are cheap. So these are the reasons why our energy system must not, no obligation that it should look like it looks now. And my message is, we shouldn't blindly cope the international experience. we should look as to why does it happen. And I continue thinking like this. So the most important things that we would wish to have, that we follow our own way, but on the basis of this principle, the price and quality balance, and take our specifics into consideration. Stepan, questions about free agreements. We talk about it, the relationship to competition, consumers and generators. And I think in the countries that you analyze, the contract-free zone is much bigger. So why our market doesn't give this contract-free zone? Because you have consumptions, you have generations, but you do not have this. So why this free long-term contract tool is not being developed? Why are we not moving towards consumers? These are more typical for the system with a common energy market. Energy market means everything. It means power, it means capacity, and everything. This company tolerate the price leaps, and the commercial departments, consumers, they start concluding such contracts. Our social contracts originally is different. So initially, when we said that we going to have the capacity market, we said we need the capacity market because we will not be able to bear the situation when prices jump up. The anti-monopoly service will ask questions, the prosecution office will ask questions, so that is why I guess the right solution is that we rejected volatility on our markets, and in this sense, free contracts are not that much necessary.
Их отсутствие не является, на мой взгляд, пороком.
The absence is not a disadvantage of our system. It's our choice, no volatility. Stepan Alexandrovich, you said quality. And you put out on the slide what does it mean quality, but I'd like to continue. Can it happen that based on price, the energy blocks will be selected and the generators, those who meet your values, but they can be totally useless for the systems. They are necessary. They can be put for modernization for a long time. However, those that cannot be removed due to the regulations, due to the regimes. So in this case, does it mean the quality is bad? Do you understand that there can be contradiction? The best way to answer the question here, again, switching to the international experience, when a particular auction is announced on a particular point, and that particular point the system needs a lot, and the system operation determine this. So that is why when I talk about the qualities, that include reliability, environmentally friendly, I would say, and these things also. For me, quality is the broadest concept. You can have a system when we say that we need particular capacity in a particular outlet, and then anybody can come. Maybe not one site, but within the same energy district. I'd like to join the discussion and point out that maybe not with these concepts, maybe it was unclear what I said, but I'd like to return back to these topics. The discussion between Nikolai Grigorievich and Mr. Solzhenitsyn regarding the quality, in my opinion, it is sorted out by the government decree, and it's beautiful that we have a really wide circle of participants in the discussions. My message is that the point is not the quality. We need to look at the world experience, and we will look very carefully at the world experience. However, in the world, they use a different concept. They don't say quality. They say conformity to requirements. The balance of price and public need in the energy sector as the public sector, it is sort it out through this concept, conformity to the requirements. That's what the government did. They required the Ministry of Energy to issue several regulations, and I would say this is the framework for the market, the framework that can be used for price takeoff. So it would be better if in our discussions, instead of quality, we'll use this concept, matching the accepted requirements. Otherwise, talking about quality, everybody who present here then include different things in the quality, like meeting particular qualitative parameters, like metal strengths, etc., etc. We have sorted out this issue, and there is a global approach to it. Let me tell you that the problem of quality is not sorted out. Today, there is no issue with definition. But what is the requirement and what is not the requirement, it depends who you ask. So for everybody sitting here at the round table today, if you have the heat high precision station, it's not clear who set the requirement that 9 billion rubles are spent. And it's from those stations, either it's for using water or because there are some issues somehow related to the environment. But there is absolutely no demand from the society for this. On the other hand, here in Krasnoyarsk, there is a huge demand from the society to sort out the air pollution. And we are actively countering, we invest a lot in this. The program adapted, however, doesn't have some points here saying that if you have an electrofilter in the project will become more competitive. No, it's going to be less competitive. I disagree. Everyone has their own requirements. I disagree, and I explain why. I think that you do not fully understand. The requirements are set by public institutions. Institutions formed as a result of publicly made decisions are such institutions. If the decisions are clear, then we need to understand that perhaps not all the requirements are set. Maybe the Ministry of Energy have not issued the requirements, but under the discussions, everything becomes pretty clear. And if somebody disagrees with the issues, it means only that a particular player doesn't understand it. But there is a public consensus, and public interests require exactly this. So there is no grounds to say that the publicly established institutions, there are different forms of public institutions. If it's the law, that's the State Duma. If it's a bylaw, that's the government. If it's a departmental act, then they're going to be appropriately ministry. So you need to work with this requirement in the public sphere instead of saying that this is wrong. Well, it's a little bit incorrect because all the requirements can be met, and as a result we get something. After the takeoff we'll have an increased reserve, the reserve somewhere where it is not necessary. And even if capacity should be increased and it's provided for, we see that the reserve is going to be more, the standard is going to be higher. You know what, if you don't believe us, then after the takeoff, let's get together and discuss it. It's a complicated issue, and we shouldn't kind of hide behind public institutions because everybody voted. We talk about an issue that it's not sorted out completely, and every year we'll have to sort it out and think how to sort it out by majority vote, by silent majority. Now, a person who involved a lot in the work with the society and will definitely discuss it with the society. This is not the last discussions. The takeoff gonna take soon, and it's great that after the takeoff, we're going to analyze it. Everything will be presented to the government commissions, and some parameters going to be changed. So there was an interesting discussions, and I was looking for interesting quotations. I like the one by the Amazon founder that if business concentrate on competitors rather than consumers, you can fail. So you can concentrate on your competitors. How do you understand infrastructure, generators? So Mikhail Andronov, as a representative of consumers, the Market Council, the Advisory Council, what is underdeveloped on the market for competition? Do you think our market is competitive? Thank you very much. We talk a lot already. And I think 50 to 60% of my presentation is already given here. Look here at the regulated share, about 37% is the free market, the rest is regulated. Let me concentrate on the competitive segment. It's an interesting proportion, and on the slide you can see. Here on the big slide, you can see there are two sectors that are pretty competitive. And look what's happening. We have day-ahead market, for instance.
Простые. Действительно, рынок сутки вперед.
What is nice that the day-ahead market growing slower than the gas price, and that's a good criteria. You can see that competition works here, and it means that it becomes cheaper for us. On the competitive capacity takeoff, we see that the price on this market is competitions. It's lower than the general cost of everything in Russia. There is also non-competitive sector, and we used to say that the DPM reduced the coefficient of capacity use from 53 to 47%. Whether it is good or not, that's bad.
Который менее загружен, соответственно.
Everybody lose, generators lose, because they earn less and less money, because they are underloaded. Consumers lose, because more and more capacity is used here.
Действительно сделано обновление, это было важно для того периода, но
modernization was important for that period, but it wasn't done efficiently. Here we compared prices in 2011 and 2019 based on the inflation. If you do not look at the non-competitive sector, you can see that the mechanism created by the government reduced prices in the competitive sector. Good example, we have competition, everything worked, the results are fantastic. Unfortunately, it is counted by non-competitive sector. We're not historians, we don't work for the archive. We know that there was Chubai's work, but at that moment, based on the data that were available, there should be a strong decision, build up generations. Now we have a new power delivery contract, and it should be competitive. Those who generate more energy should be in advantage. In this case, we're going to have efficient stations with more work, higher profit, everybody would benefit. And of course, capacity payment now stimulate building up the plants rather than generation electric power. And you know all these things that because you are all top executives, so you know the way you motivate people predetermines the results. And we need to change criteria for motivations. As was said very nicely, our distances are huge. To become competitive, energy should be cheap because we spend the energy for heating, for transporting our goods. We're not Singapore. A lot was talked today about Singapore, but we are really far away from the sales market. It is cold here, and we need to compensate it with cheap energy. Cheap energy, it's okay for our country. Now let's talk about bad things. We've been discussing this for a long time. This is not a new topic. We talk about it a lot. Price keeps going down. Let me give you an example of the market which is lost to a considerable extent by the energy specialist. There was a unique thing done. Centralized heating supplies. What we've done, we lost it. Why? Because delivery to consumers dropped down nearly by 2 times. Prices went up, Might happen because the regional authorities, they set low tariffs for consumers, high tariffs for everybody else. But the generators did different things. They changed the production. Therefore, the tariffs for population grew up, and now the tariffs are higher. Generators do not receive the expected revenue, although the systems was tuned for centralized supply. And I think if not the same happenings with electric power, but if we move towards the same direction, the results will not be that great. Look at this. Generations commissioning. Every year it's happened. What we see here, consumers build up, more is spent for the new generations, and here we have positive feedback that finally destroy the energy system. So what happened? Consumers come to the new generations, they build up, and then a new, very simple situations happened. We have one customer, he said, Mikhail, we took things, we calculated, we do not build the plants for many years, we need at least 10-year plan, and here we can see what would be to our advantage. And it might happen that power generations will be cheaper, or it will be more expensive. Yeah, the chances are high. So we're discussing it here, but consumers at the same time, they think whether they should build or whether they should build not. At the moment, everything says that while the conditions being equal, we should build up. So my message is, please look, please think, and we really need long-term price forecast in view of all changes and rules. Give the forecast for consumers, and then your investment department will estimate themselves whether it is beneficial to build or not to build. Question? You know, I'd like to ask a question. When you say it destroys the energy system, what is the meaning? What does it mean, destroying the energy system? This is the right question, but it means that the enterprises are building up their own generation facilities, they consume generation themselves, they're moving away from paying for the power delivery contract, from the network tariffs, so the same load is spread it for a smaller number of consumers. So for a group of consumers, it is more advantageous to build up their own generations, and then the power delivery contract is allocated there, then there is another group of consumers that leave, so the process is ongoing. Nobody says today we should ban building up the consumer generations. Why? Because we cannot forbid it. We have such consumers that if they want, they can ban everything themselves. But it doesn't mean it's a total collapse of the energy system as a technical object, a technical facility. Because you are talking about destructions of the economic model as to how the current system of economic relations function. Let's not confuse the terms. This is not a destruction of the energy system. And one of the tasks that we have to sort out, building up the small generators, the ones that you called retail generations, wouldn't lead to technological destructions. We need to understand what are the economic consequences. But don't say that there is the system destruction, because then what you actually means that the Ministry of Energy, the system operators, the network do not undertake any measures for the system to function. So it's excessive, it's wrong, and you scare all other consumers. This is not the system destruction. It's a different process. Of course, there are some preconditions for destructions that the substantive economic model can be distorted. Generators will lose economic incentives for investment, and there'll be some restraints of large backbone generators. But again, this is not the system destructions. It's distortion, it's some destructive processes in the economic model. But Alexandra Gennadievna asked us to discuss the economic model. Let's not scare each other with such dangerous things as the system destruction. That's the need to consider new economic mechanism.
Integrating this into the new economic system, we will have to think about the accumulators, including the new types. And if we speak that we have strong, powerful consumers, and if they build their own generators for the social system, for the public system to function, we will have to build these or those compensating measures, and we will have to speak about that, and we should not threat each other with collapse. I can understand what you wanted to say. They want to eliminate, to escape from the two types of cross system. Any cross subsidizing gives some distorted economic signal, and it stimulates further distortion. Here, I would like to ask Pavel Shatsky here to participate in the discussion, who represents one of the largest heating companies. And you also function in the same competitive segments. We are competitive. We are competitors not for consumers, but we are competitors to each other. And again, I would like to cite the founder of PayPal company. No one earns in case of ideal competition. It is about competition. And how do you understand that? We function in the competitive segment, and in the near future we will be competitors during the selection. What do you think? What does competition stimulate? There was a good slide of comparison of prices. The slide demonstrates that there is highest possible competition present in the market, and we try to survive on this market. And the access to technologies ensuring the best parameters of equipment operation is the only chance of our success in future. Yes, we have to compete. Two absolutely different markets. These markets set certain rules, very certain rules, and it is good that these markets are divided. If we speak about if I now show my presentation, we are all somewhat skeptical about such documents because the previous general layouts were not successful enough, but there is a new document which shows us the vision of the development of our power sector up to 2030. And for the first time in a long time, we see that we have started to implement the principal layout. Now the government is going to take the decision, and we try to move. We are starting to move towards that. The second challenge, apart from the conclusions, this is launching of new capacities, and the new campaign is being started in terms of what will be launched, when it will be launched, and etc. The next moment this principal layout shows us is the correlation between the capacities and the premises. I think that by 2030 the layout shows that the decrease can be by 20 to 30%. If we look at the history of the power sector development, we see that during the previous sector, we have reduced the consumption by less than 7%. Is this goal realistic or not? I think we can have different opinions about that, but we have tried to find the tools how can we reach this goal, and what power sector should we have by 2030? Speaking about 39 kilowatts, we have built an optimistic model as to what reduction figures we can reach, because we have to compete in terms of competition. And we understand that these 39 gigawatts of modernized capacities can make it possible to reach this reduction. And now a very simple task. If we understand the goal, and if we select the most efficient tools available in the market, and these are H-class, H-grade turbines, and we try to draw the scheme, how much capacity we should launch by 2030 to provide this reduction. And we see that practically we need I will make it shorter. We need to launch either 100 units based on E-class machines, or 30 class or 35 blocks based on H-class machines. If we speak about 50 or 40 gigawatts of new launches, we should have an access to the high-tech equipment which should make it possible. And that's why the fears concerning certain aspects, I think they are a bit high, because now we know that the development, that the company is planning to produce approximately 32 turbines, but we see that we need close to 100 gas turbines. And yes, but if we remember about the requirement to modernize, then we can speak about 150 turbines. And I think we should understand as soon as possible, if we want to draw the conclusions on our goals, or if we want to reach our goals at least once. Because we need to launch 4.5 gigawatts to reach the parameters set in the general layout. This is all I wanted to say. And drawing the conclusions, I think we as sellers, it is for us as sellers, it is very important for us to improve the parameters of our work. And without access to new technologies, we cannot reach this goal. Thank you. Now, I would like to give the floor to Maxim Shirokov, representing a large company which entered the Russian market a decade ago, and he knows a lot about the global experience, and also who can also share his Russian experience. What can you say about, what do you think, what prevents Russia from reaching free regulation? Thank you, Alexandra. We are having a free discussion. Here in the hall, we have representatives of 3 foreign investors who arrived 10 years ago. All 3 foreign investors have different opinions as to what is good and what is bad. So I think our panel will not sustain one more discussion, and we will sit here the whole night. So not for the discussion, but as my personal opinion, I would like to say that it is not only my personal opinion, but it is also the opinion of my company. As I've mentioned today during the plenary session, a lot what humans have done is not ideal, is far from ideal. Our system in Russia is under development, and everyone present here is lucky to participate in this process. But believe me, this system, even looking like that, despite all the faults available in this system, our colleagues and my colleagues, not only from Germany, but also from Sweden and Great Britain and partly from America, they recognize and openly say that this system is very competitive. Against the background of the Russian economy, Stepan has mentioned that in his speech, many colleagues would like to see some elements, which can be forecasted. You know that there are certain experiments in Great Britain and in Germany, but still there are more advantages than disadvantages. What prevents us from development? This is, of course, the element of cross-section, the surpluses and surcharges, of course, the issue of non-payment. We understand that this is a part of the state order. But if we do not speak about revolutions, but speak about evolutions, and I think that for our country it is more correct, we just have to solve these tasks one by one. We should not destroy what was created, but a human being is such a being which forgets what was done before and wants to do something else. But we cannot afford to pay additional taxes, as Germans do. They have a different system. There is nothing bad about the renewable power sources, but anyway, we should take into account the regional or national characteristics. Now I have a question to Stepan. I wanted Alexandra to ask you the question. Well, Stepan, you have a very interesting transition in your life. You worked for a respectable company for so many years, and now you are active in the real economy sector. In the real economy sector, do you do everything you recommended to us? I would say I do so much of what I have never done before that, yeah, this is the most important thing I wanted to say. But, well, as to recommendations or advice, well, yes, I do not follow some rules, and of course I do not follow everything I recommended. Anyway, thank you for the interesting discussion, dear colleagues. It was very interesting to be here with you. And now I would like to ask Viktor Naboychenko, one more representative of the foreign investor, and the same question, a reformation of Russian power enterprise. We thought that the free segments should be maximized, and 10 years have passed, and now we understand that not all segments are still competitive, and the share of the state regulation is increasing. As one of the investors into the Russian economy, what do you think about that? Foreign investors are now just up with the rules, or would you suggest changing anything? Yes, thank you, Alexandra. I would be brief as possible, and then I would like to add a couple of words about competition as I see it. Yes, I think not everything is as we wanted to see in the past, but the power of the company is its adaptive capabilities. But of course, if you just sit and be offended, then of course it is only you who will be to blame, because you have to see the real situation and you have to correct, you have to change your expectations and your actions, and you should look into the future. And the next question is coming: what is ahead of us? Where are we going? What are we doing next? What will happen in future? In 10 years, 15 years, 20, 25 years, this is the period that we as companies present in this market would like to speak about. And I understand that we have very, very short, limited time, but I wanted to speak about competitiveness a bit. But we are speaking about competition. And I wanted to speak about it in a non-standard way. Who are the competitors of the power companies in 10, 15 years? And it may sound paradoxal, but I will put it the following way. The competitors are us, who just have not seen the global transformation trends. Of course, we understand that this is again about Stepan, because we understand that we have a different way, that we have lots of primary power resources, we live in a cold climate, but it would be incorrect to say that we live in a technological vacuum and that we should not compare it with the global trends. I would not dwell on them now. I would not speak about the role of the renewable power sources, but if we look at this slide, this one is the most important one. If we look at what is coming next in 10 or 15 years, what we see in Europe now and what is coming to us in 10, 15 years is radical change of the paradigm of the power sources. This is the generators, accumulators. Well, please forgive me, my colleagues, but this is getting more and more archaic, and the new reality is coming. But we have to be ready for this to happen while we're, I hope, not yet retired. And I want to draw the following conclusion. We should be ready for that, slowly, maybe with some difficulties, but please believe me, electro cars will develop here. Maybe they will come later, but they will come anyway. Doesn't matter how much we support ordinary petrol cars. And this is the controlled demand. It will also come, and that will make a big share. And renewable power sources will also come, and accumulators. We just cannot ignore all these trends. We cannot say that it is the matter of the future, and it is the matter of the Europeans who don't know what they want. This is not correct to speak this way. And this is not advertising of my company, but we feel these trends. And many representatives of many other countries feeling these trends, they start to be ready for such changes. And in management, strategic management, it is called strategic modernization. They start to open departments in their companies, which can be completely contradictory to their principal activities. They try to create structures, something like automatic demand administration, and it would lead to the fact that the demand would be reduced, and it may look stupid, but anyway, if we look better, if we look closer, then we can see some other facts. This is the process which cannot be stopped. And if you cannot stop the process, you should be the leader of this process. We are competitors to ourselves who are just ignorant. Well, now I should give the floor to you again. As we've mentioned control of the demand, what do you think about it? And it was your creation. Well, now I would like to, within the context of our demand response, nothing comes out of it. For me, as a person who has, for someone who worked in the power sector, there are no consequences from Victor's words. We should be ready for something, but what should we be ready for? We just have to start working. If we have to deal with decarbonization, we should deal with decarbonization, but no goal was set. Yes, but if this goal was not announced, then why should we work on that? Yes, you say that the demand response will change everything, but what would it change? It would just change the way of functioning of the system. It would cause different systems with account of the different consumption administration, but this is just a local technical task, and you should not be so pathetic about that. You should not put so much significance to that. We have competent people. Our government has assigned the system operator with the task. The Power Ministry has drawn a regulatory act, and it was adopted, and the government says that by 2020 we have to have certain experiments and to understand if there are any effect. And I would like to invite everyone present to participate in this experiment. In a way, coming back to Nikolai's words, I would not be so pathetic about that. I would say that it is necessary to work on certain tasks and goals. We have the goal of very serious modernization for the coming years, and we have to deal with that. Well, thank you. It is getting harder and harder to work, and I would like to ask Pavel Snikars to say a couple of words. What can you say about the factors preventing the market from development? Why cannot we speak about some long-term processes? We are discussing the future of the energy sector, but we do not know the capacity of the renewable power sources. Pavel Nikolaevich, as the representative of the ministry, what do you think? Why does our government always try to interfere into the markets? Should we minimize this influence, or should we be ready for the intensification of such processes? Well, judging from the music, I guess we should put an end to our discussion. The audience is falling asleep, and I think we're all falling asleep, sharing our stories, sharing our problems and issues. And everyone says that we should start thinking, we should speak about the prices. Yes, but these are two subjects of the free economy. And now your question, Alexandra. Well, how much renewable sources, how many renewable sources we would have, and what would be the capacity? What I can remember from the economics course at my university, Do we need state regulation in economics or not? I don't really understand what we want. Consumers say they want cheap prices, low prices. Yes, but how? Our wear and tear is increased. We're not building any new stations. We're investing into the maintenance, because if we construct new objects, we speak about amortization. Of course, everyone deals with investments here and everyone understands those issues, but I am not completely clear about that. From the point of view of competition, Mr. Kondratyev has drawn a certain theory, and now we are coming to a new step. Victor says that we should be ready for that, but please, dear colleagues, you have to be ready for that. Just be ready for that. You have your boards of directors, you have your committees, strategic departments, you can hire consultants. Well, no one prevents you from signing long-term agreements. Some participants do not want to lose money, the other participants do not want to lose the other money. Again, it can be explained to the shareholders, and it is also possible to get the annual award. But please, dear colleagues, I think the one who acts will be successful, and the standard report of the colleagues who come to the ministry, everything is changing. Life is changing. We are changing together with our life, and this cannot be stopped. And within this logics, I think that we are at a certain leap right now. As to the demand control, yes, we have new competitors. Our consumers are the competitors of generators. Yes, the state has made it possible because it increased prices at such an extent that the consumers start to build their own generations. But this is the market law, the law of the competition. As to the development of new technologies, speaking about gas stations, are you ready to build new gas stations? But is there anyone who builds anything at the first stage? Yes, the consumers build it. Yes, this is right. If we speak about the current strategy, we are, of course, for the innovative technologies, and this is not because we are against that. This is just because we do not have any money. But there are different consumers. Some of them buy a product at one price, and the other consumers buy the product at a different price. From the point of view of the competition, there are some negative trends I would like to speak about, and we will try to prove to the government not to use these additional measures. We will try to persuade them not to apply regulated contracts, because it is an everlasting fight between Buryatia and the Baikal region, because people ask why in Irkutsk they have the cheapest price in the country, but just because their consumption is such. If you have the similar consumption level, then you will have the same price. But we are speaking about economics and about competition. And of course, negative aspects, we will try to prove to the government that they should not use any negative mechanisms. And of course, the growth of the final price, of the end price, it also contributes to that. Well, you have answered the question if you are ready to build without that. That is why we invented Komodo. because we looked at our consumers and we told them that we can prolong the resource because so that you could have this price. I am finishing right now because the music is playing, and I think the last speaker will have to finish this dialogue. Speaking about priorities, I would like to say that consumers and generators should speak about their definite goals, and so that they would be more independent. Yes, but I must react to your words. You have represented the role of the ministry so modestly, but the role of the ministry is considerably higher. We need the market signals. But if we speak about new renewable power energies, and these are the fundamental factors, Pavel has mentioned that. You have some general layouts. You should forecast. What do you want? You want to have a certain forecasting for 10 years, but now you are unable to forecast. Stepan, you can forecast. You should include factor analysis into that. Of course, we can make some forecasts, but in 2 months there is a new regulation on renewable sources because the price will be different. Yes, we are limited in terms of price. From the economic point of view, the government has already restricted you. You understand these mechanisms because we, as the representatives of the government, we are not going to overcome the president's solutions. We are not going to... If we are losing this stability, and anyway, it is getting higher and higher, and this is not satisfactory for the consumers will solve those problems differently. And the negative competition will increase. But if we coordinate this matter with the consumers and coordinate it with the growth of inflation, and if we sign the agreements with the consumer, it means that there will be no such issues as Rosatom, garbage, recycling. Does it mean that after that all the additional programs will stop, or will they still exist? What are the additional programs? In terms of renewable resources, from 2024, by 2024, we will have certain solutions. As to atomic stations, we're not going to build any new stations. We're not even planning to build any other atomic stations. If our colleagues would be present here, they would say, we want to build. We have 50 years of application. If we calculate average discounted costs, we are more interesting, we are cheaper. But if we speak seriously, of course, there are restrictions as to the fuel balance, and this is the matter of the fuel safety. Not only transition to gas only, and not only in terms of coal, prime cost, and these are the objective reasons we have to take into account. But, well, excuse me for the harsh words, but there will be we do not see any opportunities, especially in terms of atomic generation. Our goals are to reduce the excesses, and we have some goal parameters. And I hope that the law on the inefficient generation will be adopted. Now the last question, maybe not last, but the question to Vitaly Korolyov, representing the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service.
Competitions in all possible aspects. Vitaly Korolyov is the speaker. We're talking about tariff regulations, the long-term rules of the games. That's what we're interested in. For the long-term prospects, can you please give us your vision of competition, whether the markets are competitive, and what should be done to develop in the future? Sasha, I'll try to be very brief, unlike lots of other speakers today. First, competition on the market is close to the absolute because it doesn't generate the marginal income to producers. According to our data, since 2014, in the first price zones is 1.4%, in the second price zone, the figures are also really good. The competition is nearly ideal. So what we do here, just compete, no earnings. If we looked at the structure of the final price, how the dynamic of distribution for the power and capacity, then capacity was growing up in the structure, growing up considerably, up to 46, 47%. I have presentation, wonderful. I thought that it's only me who have it. So we see here that non-market mechanisms are at the center of our market. FAS controls the gist part. The rest of it has been discussed today in details, and FAS is not involved. So I'm going to be very brief by the arguments that you put forward today, just a few words, that we believe that consumers and the market cannot reach an agreement for very simple reasons. We've all gone through lengthy discussions whether co-modernization is necessary and why. Consumers do not want it. They said everything is perfect. There is light. So that's where the government comes in, and it says that today is okay. We want it to be okay all the time. For the PROQUIS, we want it to have a very confident demand and supply balance. Consumers, of course, they're not obligated to look that far, first of all. Second, a generator, networks, and all other energy market players, they do not must look everywhere, but we have nearly 5 gigawatts of distributed generations, and obviously that's a clear signal because 5 gigawatts, it's a considerable, it's sensitive, it doesn't destroy the network, but it's a very noticeable volume, and it's going to grow up with time because the load on consumers will grow up. And consumers are quite skilled, they're able to build up generations, but as soon as we make additional decisions to increase network payment, then it's going to be like a wave. Moreover, what I like here, I like the speech of Dmitry Kazak at the plenary sessions, and he said that the government, the states, really doesn't want to introduce additional payments and restrictions, and if they are going to introduce it, there should be a lengthy transition period. This is also my position. If anything is introduced, there should be a considerable transition period. I do not think that FAS can be reprimanded for constantly inventing something new. We do not invent it. These are rather some systemic things in which we're involved together with our colleagues from the Ministry of Energy and the Ministry of Economics, and we do believe, though, that the economic conditions should be stable to the maximum. Moreover, we'd like to extrapolate it not only to the government regulatory acts, but also to the activity of the Market Council, because they keep changing things. And finally, I'd like to state that in any case, there's a classical story, and we would have to create the mechanism for further competition development. We already exchanged opinion with Nikolai Grigorievich that the strongest competition development method is grid, building up grids. The more we build here and we have the free power transfer zone, then something happen inside, something happen around, but without any grid construction and removing network restrictions, it's going to be difficult to achieve. In the digital epoch, we can try to do something technologically in the market tuning, but so far we don't have such decisions, and we definitely have network solutions. When we talk about free power transfer zones, we've been talking about this for a while, and also it's important to talk about decommissions, non-efficient generations, because if we are striving for modernization, then it should be another trend when we close down inefficient generators. And just one more thought regarding new technologies at the moment. This is within the error margin. In the future, however, I think it can become an important factor on the market. And we see that this is what is gradually happening in the world. And finally, I'd like to stress that I work not only with the energy sector, but also with the housing and utility sectors, and today there will be a round table in this area, and I'd like to let you know that, you are okay. You're really okay in comparison with them. Well, are we going to wrap it up here, or there are any comments?
Совсем короткий, да, вот раз мы уже говорили, конкуренция, да, вот Наталья у нас...
Just a brief question. Natalia is the chairman of the advisory council. Do you see what the prospects, what are the relations between the big generators and the retail consumer, and what it is necessary for developer retail competition? It's kind of strange to see relationship between generators and retail, because this is the big wholesale market, this is retail market, so very often it goes through an intermediary, and the large consumers, they are participants of the wholesale market. However, talking about competition, we already looked at the balance structure, and if we disregard the populations and the losses here, then around 50% goes into the not providers of last resort. We have other suppliers directly involved in the wholesale market, also the budget consumers, housing and utility sectors, and any other suppliers. This is the commercial sector. So here we think that competition has been there for a while. Within the established rules, it operates. We also have some price benefits. It can be, say, 25,000 with an annual payment up to millions of rubles, so no consumers will be concerned. However, listening to today's discussion, I can give you two main points. The dialogue with regulator is different from dialogue with consumers. So, of course, when foreign investors come to Russian market in view of its development trend, this is the situation. They say, okay, it's better than what we have on our market. It's easier to make arrangements to generate a guaranteed income. You don't need to get to the consumers and find some long-term mechanism to guarantee the income. Everything is a little bit different here. So effectively, we talked about competitions, but the current conditions, in a way, are more beneficial. Competition will be there, however, from consumers. It is there from big consumers. Everybody understands this. And we do observe the trends when, regardless of all our development schemes, when the own generations is built up because it's cheaper, B, it's faster than to get centralized decisions to build network, understand what is the time frame for generations. So the choice is in favor of own constructions. The smaller consumers finally gonna opt for technology, and competition will come from technology, because at some point mobile communications won over landlines, not because it was cheaper, but because it was new and much more attractive technology for consumers. That's all.
Да, я буквально коротко.
In a nutshell, what is better, regulations or competition? I'm pleased to say that everybody agrees that competition is more advantageous, and it's not competition for administrative resource, but for consumers. This is what is important. And also an important thing was said, that all preconditions are formed for this. Everything can be there. The only thing it's very difficult to agree with Paul Nikolaevich when he's saying, yeah, there are some shifts. Everything is there in terms of technologies. And when we say, yes, we are competing, build up accumulators or heat generations, but beyond support. This is fair. Yet, in this case, everything what doesn't work along the competition rules should be abolished. In this case, if we want to implement competition, then first, all privileges should be abolished, which is impossible. The second one, for development, we should either level it and bring it to a common denominator. Here, the important things are happening. In the modernization program, we were able to start EVOL through LFL parameters. As a result, consumers see us from our accumulative involvement on both the market capacity and electric power capacity. The only thing is, based on the first takeoff, it can be adjusted, and that's what Mikhail Shatsky said today. The global task is set. By 2025, there should be 280 grams of specific spending. And what should be done? Just 13 gigawatts. Today we have 11 gigawatts. By 2024, everybody has already applied. And maybe lots of facilities wouldn't pass the takeoff because a lot of factors are not taken into account. But we're talking in behalf of consumers. If we want to compete for consumers and prove our projects for them in terms of the cumulative effect, then of course these factors should be accounted for. And then all the restrictions should be removed. The second point, and I agree here, there should be restrictions in terms of localizations, excessive requirements. Then it allows us to implement modernization programs with full competition without restrictions and give the most efficient decisions for consumers. And just a couple of words that there should be common standards. Nothing stops us now to make a choice between renewable energy, like what was mentioned, like nuclear, and of course they should be evaluated. 50 years, good, let's count 50 years because the cycle is longer than the heat generation. So let's evaluate, but evaluate honestly if it's going to be cheaper. If it's cheaper, then it should be done. But again, there should be common rules, there should be fair rules, and those rules should be devised. And in my opinion, the Ministry of Energy should have a wider scope of powers and be proactive. Not just the economic guys, you have some peace here, so compete and prove. So let's finish our round table. And I guess there were a lot of different discussions, but overall, we can say that everybody believes that competition should be developed. Second, inequality is an obstacle. We were talking about distributed generation. Why it is so wonderful? Because it has advantages in comparison with heat generations. Because heat generation can be sold at the price of the wholesale market with markup, and distributed generations cannot. So if we want to have competitions, the conditions should be equal. So we have a request to the ministries, to the authorities, that if we have different types, please create equal conditions for them. Equal conditions means equal opportunities, and that's going to be a real competition. Thank you.